Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your cards.
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give...
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Woo! I did. All right, this time I was late by like 3 minutes. Because y'all always be getting mad at me that I'm late. Because it's like, says it's waiting on me. But I was late this time. I'm excited about tonight. It's been a couple days since I saw you guys. Had weekend with the kids. And I had a kind of like a last minute cancellation on me on Tuesday. Monday, I was just too exhausted to do anything. I support your late lifestyle. God damn, zero fucks over here. Bringing out that simp energy. Don't y'all us? No, it's not just been Shred. It's been a couple of people that'll be like, you're fucking late. Can I get a birthday shout out? Hell yeah, Crowd. Happy birthday. What are you doing here on your birthday? You wanna watch like some Jews in an ANCAP fucking, and one of which is a Jew and an ANCAP fucking talk about an old debate and Israel-Palestine conflict on your birthday, man? Happy birthday, brother. You went out to eat earlier. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm usually spend my birthdays alone as well, to be honest. It's like even family that are like, you don't want to do something on your birthday? I'm like, I want to do nothing. That is what I want to do. That is the secret to peace. Like, my reward is not doing shit. I can feel that. I feel like morally obligated to be like, go out and do something. I don't know. What impressed me the most about this debate was how Dave and Rogan kept their temper, would not have been able to. Interesting. I haven't seen it. I've seen clips. Obviously, you can't avoid the clips, but I've like been wanting to do this with Kasimir and PZH and, you know, maybe some other people to genuinely do like a libertarian reaction to the stream or to the debate. I don't, because I find that libertarians have no one speaking for libertarianism in the Israel-Palestine debate. Right, Dave Smith, his positions have consistently been anti-libertarian. And the same thing is true of Scott Horton. You know, his positions are not libertarian positions. They're anti-war positions. But they often, more often than not, it's historical revisionism for whomever they feel like is the one less attacked by the United States government. That's all it is. And so it's like, it's a lot of half-truths from people like Dave Smith. And I don't really particularly blame Dave Smith to too much of a degree. Because I understand that like he's wrapped up in that kind of that mindset. But people that genuinely purport to be experts are not. You know, and so I don't know. I haven't really seen Douglas Murray talk about it too much. I'm sure he's going to take on a statist, stupid opinion. But I just don't expect anything decent from Dave Smith as well. I've seen some comments. I know that it kind of became a shit show. I know that there was like a portion of the discussion that was bogged down in like credentialism and like what is and isn't an expert and what opinions you can and can't have. I know that there's some discussion about morality and like, you know, just war and like what is, you know, like what are the rules of warfare. And I know that basically Dave Smith tries to have a libertarian position on this, but doesn't really say it. Have you been there? Yeah, have you been there is have you been there is I'd have to see the full context of what had happened. But from what I gather, have you been there is a fair critique. It's not a critique of whether or not something did or didn't happen or that the circumstances are the way they are. But if you're arguing, let's say, you know, if you're arguing, oh, it's impossible to get in and out of Gaza, and then someone else argues, well, that's not true. You know, before October 7th, it wasn't that difficult. You know, so long as you weren't a terrorist and you did the proper paperwork, you could get out. Now, I think the truth is probably somewhere in between those two positions. But if you're arguing that position and then the other person goes, well, have you been there? Because I've been there. Like you can see thousands of people going across this border daily if you just sit there and watch. So the idea that they're completely incapable of leaving this area is obviously false. And it's made patently obvious if you've ever been there. But if your argument is to just not even accept or deny the claim and just say, well, have you been there? How do you know that's true? You know, is just being a weasel. And I don't know which one it is. I don't know which one it is, so I'll have to ask. I know someone that has been there, and he's going to be on here tonight. You know, Kasimir's definitely been there. I don't know if he's actually been at the border of Gaza or not, to be fair. I just know he's been in Israel quite a bit. I'm just surprised I made it this far, being now 30 years old. I hope I can live a good life for the future. Ooh, 30's a rough one. 30's a rough one. Well, that's what Zero Fucks, that's what I had heard it was about, but I didn't actually see it. Like I said, I avoided it as much as possible, but I can't avoid the conversation around the viral moments for, 2 weeks so that I can get Kasimir and Philosophical Zombie Hunter and we can do like a whole thing. Like I haven't watched the full context of any of it, but I have like heard about it, obviously. Yeah, 30 sucks. I'm going to be honest with you, dude. 30 wasn't that bad for me. Honestly, like this year, 35 is probably going to be worse than 30. And I'll tell you why. Because when I was 30, I had a fiance, I had a child, I was living in a big house. Like, we had decent income. I was in grad school. Like, I felt like I was doing all the right things. Because I turned 30 in 2020. And then, 30 was great. Economy was good. I was doing well. I was like, maybe a year away from finishing up my schooling and getting out as, a counselor. Things were looking up for me. And then COVID and lockdowns happened, and my then fiance buckled under the stress and became horrible to live with, and eventually I had to leave. And so I became an every other weekend dad at 31, and I was like living with my mom for like a couple months there till I got back on my feet and I could afford to go back into my own place. So yeah, 30 was fine. 30, everything after 30 has been way rougher. Should I apply to grad school? I have a bachelor's already. Well, what's your bachelor's in? Yeah, there's capital science with a golden question. Like what are you trying to do with your degree? Like, nobody should just get a bachelor's just cause. I mean, or sorry, well, actually, that as well. Computer science? I mean, do you want to... Ariel, here's the thing. If you're not a woman, I would say no. I know you're not a woman. But for women, I would say absolutely. Women, go get a master's degree because you can go into management and you can use your credentials and the fact that you're a woman to run middle management. But as a guy, unless you have a lot of connections, you're not likely to go the management route. So just get more certifications and train yourself more. And just recognize that women are always going to have a job above you because they're a woman, and that like getting a master's degree is probably not going to help you that much. Right? Like getting a bachelor's in computer science is helpful, right? It shows hiring managers and stuff that you kind of have some knowledge of what you're doing, right? Obviously, like I would focus on, getting, just get like random Google certificates and random, Adobe certificates, like all these little fucking things you'll probably never use. You can pack your resume with all of these, like, I'm competent in these things, even if they're not what you're doing for your job, so that when you apply for new positions at other companies, you have like proof of basic competency of like every system. And if for whatever reason the computer, the hiring person is like looking for a keyword, like such and such certified, you have all those things. But getting a fucking a master's degree is really, it's just for women. Like it helps women compete with other women in management positions. Right, it doesn't help you. And that's just what it's for. It's not for like women live in an entirely different, economic world in the workforce, right? Like women need credentials of like learned institutions, and then they need to go into like HR and management routes. Men, right? Like you want to have your resume packed with like all of these like things that you have understanding of, so that you can eventually like get into like managing a team, not managing like management, but being the head of a team in like a full stack position. Like that's where you're going to make a ton of money and get a ton of respect. Is like when you're running a team of like 15 people that do like emergency shit at a company in full stack, like that's the peak that you're going to get as a man, unless you're a Nepo baby and you're going to go be CEO or something. But like that's just not, it's not going to work for you. Yeah, like the stream, boys. Don't leave me hanging on the stream. There's 21 of you currently viewing. We just got started. There's only 9 likes now. So like, share, subscribe. It helps me in the algorithm. It boosts me. Don't forget to comment. That helps as well, especially on the video itself. When the live stream's done, can help. But all of my videos are demonetized pretty much. So the only money I really make by and large, is some limited ad revenue during the live stream. But mostly I just make all of my money from super chats and memberships. So if you want to help me out, another way that you can help me both in the algorithm and in life is to become a member for only $3.99 or super chat. I answer all super chats at all times. I don't always get to them at the moment that they go out, but I always answer a super chat in the stream. I've only ever missed one, and that was one I postponed for the next stream because I wanted to give it a good answer. And yeah, follow me on X if you want to see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic. And, join the Discord if you want to be a part of like larger discussions. And what is this? Someone in the Discord right now. How's it going? I'm live. Ask me in chat. Someone in the Discord. How's it going, bro? Like adding me while I'm live. If you want to be part of that kind of situation, come in. And then, of course, you'll always get the go lives and the notifications in the Discord. Because clicking on that notification bell, you're going to miss a lot of go lives. You're going to miss some live streams just because you don't always get notified. So I appreciate all the support. We've got 91 cents so far, boys. I've made 91 cents. I don't know what I've made in ad revenue. Probably like a penny. But I'm really excited for tonight. I've been wanting to do this since the debate occurred, but getting people together with the schedule, and I want to have Kasimir here. I don't want to just react to it myself. I'm not super knowledgeable about Palestine and Israel. Obviously, I'm more knowledgeable than your typical person on the street, but it's not an area of expertise for me. I have a lot of gripes and not a lot of solutions. And so I bring it on Kasimir, who, has a lot more experience, and Philosophical Zombie Hunter to bring more of the objectivist, more pro-Israel side. And I'm going to try and make sure that we don't get bogged down in like debating details, but more so having a meta conversation about the conflict and through the debate and talking about like some of the issues of like why there isn't much like what's missing context from so many of these, and what are we not talking about. And a lot of that is the libertarian position. You have a lot of libertarians that are just giving the left-wing standard opinion. That being said, Philosophical Zombie Hunter coming in with $10 or 10 euros, which is actually more than $10. Or no, wait, that's not euros. What is that? Pounds? What the fuck is that symbol? Why am I so stupid right now? Yeah, it's pounds. Like I was like euros. I was like, wait a minute, that's pounds. And I was like, wait a minute, I might be stupid. I like how you donated $10 and then immediately 5 people left. We went from 29 viewers, you donated 10, and it like reset the stream. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate it. Be happy to have you on here in a little while. We're just chit-chatting. We're just goofing around for a little minute. Who DM'd me? Kind of a random question, Fabian, but I don't know who else asked. How exactly do organizations like BlackRock or the World Economic Forum get their money? Are they tied to governance? Does ANCAP nerf them? I mean, they get their money from a lot of ways. So they manage money. All right. So the first thing, the first and most obvious and most not a problem is that as hedge funds, as equity firms, right, they take money, to invest for a return on profit. They go out and they find businesses that are promising, right, and and they manage people's portfolios much like a hedge fund does, right, or a mutual fund, right, and they go out and they find things like that. They make predictions about the economy that are better than everybody else, and therefore they make a lot of money doing that because they're able to properly invest money in businesses that are going to be successful in the future more so than the rest of the economy, or the next thing they do, which is very similar, is the opposite, which is that they short businesses. They bet on those businesses failing, and then they go to other private institutions like banks or whatever to create pseudo stocks that are, about it's a pseudo stock that is essentially gambling that those companies are going to do poorly, and they make a bet against the bank and they win more often than they lose. Okay, so then the next thing is that, so as Harold pointed out, pension funds, right, is part of the money in that. So there's some of that. I don't want to really get into that. That's not really a big part of how they make money, but it is, but it isn't. Okay, so all of that's fine. There's no reason for that to be an issue. I mean, obviously, under anarcho-capitalism, stocks wouldn't be literal ownership of a bank or a company, right? Stocks would just be, a bet. It would be a contract for, return of title of property. And so in order to sell stocks, you would have to have assets, and the asset couldn't be, percentage ownership of the company itself. It would have to be actual assets that the company owns. So there would be a slowing down of the stock market in how much trading is going on there. And so like you can't, but not to so much degree. You'd still have shit like tranches and companies that, create these gambling systems of, packaging mortgages together, and then having bets on whether or not those package mortgages fail, and then having bets on the bets on whether or not those more, like, you'd still have shit like that. That's still a problem for kind of like our economy. But the problem is what do you do with money? And the thing is that the reason many of these really unsafe betting practices occur is because fiat currency and inflation is a constant standard. And so there is a constant increase in the money supply. So the government printing money, that increases the money supply, and then fractional reserve banking, because we're all on fiat currency, creates more and more and more and more money. And when that money goes out in the economy, we have to figure out what to do with that money. And because it's not a natural growth and productivity, what you end up with is a lot of money going to the top and then being placed in like bettings and things like that to make more money. So some of that would slow down. ANCAP would fix that to a certain degree. Now, here's where the evil shit comes in. The evil shit comes in when equity firms get government funds and funnel money through NGOs. And if I could fully explain how that game works, I would not be a streamer with 25 current viewers. I'd be working at one of these businesses, right? So we don't really we find things after the fact, and it's the shit that they were doing before. But there's a lot of money laundering, a lot of your tax money going into companies that go into another company, that go into another company, that go into another company. There is things like ESG, DEI, where they make bets based off of that. So they're part of that game. They're not the ones doing ESG, right? But they are kind of like working with companies that sell them on the idea of ESG. And there's like almost certainly insider trading going on there that helps determine what government policies and things like that going on. You'd be a streamer with 0 viewers? Yeah, the 0 viewers and 2 bullet holes in the back of my head. Now, lastly, this is something that is, I find, anathema to capitalism that equity firms do. So because companies, and then there's real estate. Okay, they make a lot of money in real estate. People think that like BlackRock and Vanguard and shit own like 40% or 60% of the real estate market. They don't. They own like 2 or 3% of the real estate market. Private investors make up like 40 to 60% of the real estate market. And that's because once you make enough money to play the game, it's the best way to make and maintain your wealth is to have a couple of investment properties, because that's how the rich avoid, like, inflation is deflation for the rich, and deflation is inflation for the rich, because the rich make all of their money off of bank loans and assets as opposed to like income. They don't take in income. They own assets, and then they take out loans on the assets that they own, and then they pay back those loans with interest. But then if there's excessive interest in the economy, then the loan becomes cheaper. Or if their assets inflate, then the value of their assets inflates so that they can later then take out new loans on their overinflated assets once those loans run out, and they make even more money. Okay? Now, the last thing that they do, the really pernicious, the really evil shit, is equity firms will go in, they will gobble up companies because they have a large amount of money, and they will gain a majority share or a large enough share in a company to influence the board of the company and to change how the company acts in the economy by basically owning the company. And you may think, well, what's wrong with a big company being able to buy another company? Well, most of these companies aren't actually trying to sell. They're just trying to get people to buy stocks in their company so that they can gain capital investment, so they can put it in their company to grow in the long term, and then they pay dividends on that stock as both from paying dividends, but also from just the value of the stock increasing because their company does well. Except when they do this, a lot of times what will happen is equity firms will come in, and they'll do it through sister or brother organizations, right? So BlackRock doesn't do this directly, but BlackRock will own a majority share in another equity firm that does this. And then what they'll go in is they'll gobble up a company, and then they'll force that company to do shit that destroys itself. But it'll boost their growth in the short term because they gain a bunch of investment, they start gaining a bunch of things, and then what they'll do is they'll lock that company down in long-term contracts on their own property. They'll lease their own property and land to the company. Then they'll pull out all the shares and tank the company, and then that company they no longer own all of the shares on the company. Instead, what they own is a bunch of property that company used to own that they're now leasing out to that company, and they've destroyed and gutted that company, and they were able to buy the stock, increase the value of the stock, then dump the stock. So they made a profit on the stock, and then while they had a control of the company, they forced them into a bunch of really bad business practices and contracts that are now legally binding that cripple that company. And the company may survive it or the company may not survive it, but either way, those equity firms make money by destroying the economy and destroying the business by engaging in those practices. So there's a lot of different ways that they make money. Yeah, NGOs really aren't non-governmental organizations. It's just a pseudo name that means it's a way to funnel tax dollars to companies and make billionaires tons and tons of money after they donated to political campaigns. Sounds like what happened to Disney and Marvel? No, Disney and Marvel did that shit to themselves. All right, boys. Also, there's a new feature in Stream if you guys want to check it out. It's fun. I'm sure you guys... So now that I'm done with my rant, I want you guys to know that this one is directed at me and not anybody in chat.
Autism detected.
I took a while to set up a couple of those. It took me a little bit to set up a couple of those so that I can have them pop up on chat. If you guys want some fun things to pop up, join the Discord and send me stuff. They need to be clips under 10 seconds, preferably under 5 seconds or 6 seconds, somewhere around there. And then I'll just put them on my board and we'll have little fun things for comedic timing and things like that. Scott, what was the name of that comedian with the cigarette joke? Oh, fuck, I can't remember his name. I've seen him. He does a whole special on ADHD and shit like that. I just can't remember his name. He is a stand-up comedian, but I can't remember his name. I apologize. Am I familiar at all with Canadian politics? I mean, I don't know what you mean by familiar, but I tacitly support Pierre Poilievre. My favorite thing by Pierre Poilievre is obviously there's the video that everybody knows, right? And the video that everybody knows was him, eating the apple while the journalist was talking. What is it? Oh my God, what was it called? What was the video called? Oh, it's Petite Déjeuner. However the fuck you spell it. This shit, to me, is still one of the most goated videos of all time in politics. And you can have a very basic understanding of French and understand this. I don't even think you need to understand French to understand this video. Especially since Quebecois is like really easy to understand compared to French. Like French doesn't have glottal stops. So as like an American English speaker, Quebecois is pretty fucking easy to understand. But to this day, like I don't care if he's a good politician or not. I just love this sassy man.
Ah, Justin, t'es réveillé. Merci d'être venu. Bienvenue. Et merci d'avoir accepté mon invitation pour un petit déjeuner ensemble. Je voulais partager certaines informations que tu as probablement manquées lorsque tu étais à la plage au Costa Rica. Cher Justin, m'excuse, mais je dois être très franc. La plupart des Canadiens ne rêvent même.
I do love how the subtitles are fucking in like classic French, but he's speaking Quebecois.
Costa Rica.
Cause the French would just say "je m'excuse," but like he's like "mais j'excuse me" or whatever. It's like fucking. It's weird. It sounds weird to my ear.
Cher Justin, m'excuse, mais je dois être très.
He just says "m'excuse," like he doesn't say "je m'excuse" or "je m'excuse." I don't know. I do think it's funny that like what he's saying is Quebecois and like what's here is like for the French speakers and not the people that speak this redneck French. We put the subtitles down for you.
Et, franc, la plupart des Canadiens ne rêvent même pas d'aller dans le sud pour des vacances maintenant. Leur seul rêve, c'est de pouvoir payer la facture pour manger. Tu me crois pas? Je vais t'expliquer. Le café, en passant. Le café a augmenté de 14% en prix à cause de l'inflation. D'autres choses, le pain. Le pain est augmenté de 15%. Le beurre sur le pain, ça a augmenté de 17% dans un an, Justin. C'est cher.
It's just a funny fucking video. He goes through like everything. Like he goes through like he's like, yeah, bread, man. Fucking bread's at 17% inflation. And it's just titled, Un petit déjeuner avec Justine. But it's just, breakfast with Justin, right? And it's I don't know why, but this video just tickles me every time. I was like, man, I wish our president was more sassy. Even though we kind of already do have a bit of a sassy president, he's also kind of an idiot, at least in the way that he communicates. Trump is not the creme de la creme, if you catch my drift. Don't worry, even a former central banker will be better than Justin Trudeau. Yeah, I mean, fucking Pierre Poilievre's, he's got some good ideas, but like if you watch some of his parliament speeches, he's pretty base, he's pretty smart, but also, yeah, he has some dubious connections. He's definitely not, a populist, conservative, little government guy like he claims to be, but compared to Justin, he obviously is. Read Carney's book. He's a psycho. Who, Carney or Pierre Poilievre? Like, again, I'm an American. I don't have, I don't have like an intimate knowledge of any like Canadian politics, but I just find that video to be hilarious. If you feel doom-pilled, look up some history and see how worse it was in the past, and we survived. There's actually a really good book. Let me see if I can find it. I almost gave up. There's a really good book. It's a lefty book. Like most good books, they're written by lefties. Mostly because anytime you're talking about sociology or history, it's like historians are like 97% left wing. But John Meacham has a decent book on that called "The Soul of America and the Battle for Our Better Angels." It's a couple years old now, and it is a very left wing, neoliberal perspective. But it is still a cool read to kind of like look at like just how bad shit was in so many different times in American history, and kind of like remind yourself. It's a bit of a white pill to remind yourself that it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, we've been through worse shit before. W Live. Have I watched Pierre's Apple video? Yeah, I said everyone knows that one. Like, that's why I didn't play it, just because it's kind of like the obvious choice. Let's see if I can find it. Something I swore I bookmarked something for stream. Oh, I think I put it in here. Dude. So while we're still getting warmed up, we're still having fun, we're just kind of interacting. You guys got to see this video, because this shit is fucking hilarious to me. This is the funniest shit I've seen in a while. This is a high school competition of some sort. I'm a black belt in karate, and I want you guys to see this black belt in karate, and I'm curious, right? Because I just love the shit women and people in the West do to convince, like to pat themselves on the back. How many of you guys think you could take on this black belt in karate?
Yes. Power, baby. Axe kick board break to start off this creative.
You think you can take on a black belt? Oh, you're real confident today.
Breaking tournament routine. Up next is Isabella, now with a headbutt board break. Yes. Good hit.
This shit is so fucking funny to me. Oh my God. I don't think any of you can take on this fucking black belt, all right?
Here in the breaking point, breaking championships. Going for a knee strike.
A false art? That sounds like somebody without a black belt. That sounds like something a blue belt would say, huh, bitch?
Yes. Excellent technique and power so far, representing Team Victory. Up next, a back leg roundhouse kick, 3 boards.
Watch. Hold on. I want you to see this again. Pay attention to the board. Doing her test kicks. She breaks one of the boards, just lightly touching it.
Roundhouse, next, a back leg roundhouse kick, 3 boards. Here we go.
Look, it broke. It broke from that little tap where she's testing. Ah! Ah!
Yes.
Nice.
Having a great time here at the Southern Showdown.
Ooh, the power.
6 boards, double hammer fist.
She's even got stripes on her black belt, so she's not even a first-degree black belt. I didn't notice that till just now. That's a second-degree black. That's a second-degree black belt right there.
Double hammer fist. There it goes. Good hit. Now coming up.
You said this girl is autistic. You think this girl is autistic?
Autism detected.
I think you might be right.
To break some concrete, we have 1 concrete slab going for a side kick, concrete break. Here it goes.
Nice, let's go.
Measuring the distance and a little high. Gonna try again. Here it goes. Yes. Excellent technique and power.
Excellent technique and power.
Awesome performance. 1 final break. Here goes 3 concrete slabs for the forearm break. Yes, good hits. Power, baby.
It's power, baby. That shit is so fucking funny to me, man. I guarantee you that girl thinks she can take you all on. Like that is a girl that genuinely believes that she's a badass because she has just been gaslit by everyone around her. We can have an autistic slap fight. Those concrete blocks broke from her scream. That's where the true power baby is. Oh fuck, dude. All right, let me find this debate. Is it on YouTube or do I just got to go to like Spotify? Kasimir and PZH should be here soon. Oh. I don't know why I always want to put two S's in Douglas Murray. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Okay. I apologize in advance too once we get going for anybody that normally watches my streams sped up. Because this is going to be sped up. There's no fucking way we're not getting through this without it being at like 1.75 speed. Broke from cringing too hard. Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty lame debate. Yeah, well, I mean, it's again, this reaction is more about a meta conversation about libertarianism, Palestine, Israel, and actually having a libertarian discussion on this issue, and less about reacting to the debate, though it will be with that. We will obviously be reacting to the debate. Rogan's contract. Yeah, but that doesn't mean... Yeah, I know. Rogan's contract ended, so he's got shit on YouTube. But, like, sometimes I have a hard time finding something on YouTube. That's the sounds you make when you're shitting, Diogo? Like, I think you need to see a doctor. Rogan had it on his channel. People have been struck for showing it. Anytime you do reactions on YouTube, YouTube has a really serious problem with copyright abuse. And it wouldn't surprise me if YouTube owns a lot of these companies. I don't understand why YouTube is so bad about it. But basically, if you play music at all, like right now I'm playing Pretzel Rocks. And in Pretzel Rocks, it shows in the chat the songs I'm playing. Right? It'll pop up in chat on the screen. Like you can see it on here, like Oh, it's not there right now, but it'll pop up in chat. And this is all copyright free music, but it'll still get there. It goes, right? It says, now playing, reinvented, memories by, I guess, Farah or whatever, and then here's the link. So that's one of the reasons why chat is always visible on my screen, because it allows me to just play background music without having issues. So, however, I'm going to get at least 4 or 5 copyright strikes on this video. And it's all going to be from Chinese companies, many of which don't own the music at all. They just have bots that mass report shit and then try and do revenue sharing. And then I have to go through and either trim it out or fill out paperwork to fight it and wait for 30 days. And they know, these Chinese companies that like have AI bots that do this, know that a lot of small YouTubers that don't make that much money just won't fuck with it. Like, it's too much of a hassle because they don't have an editor, they don't have an employee to go and do this. And so there's Chinese and Indian companies that make tens upon tens of millions of dollars a year just taking money from people's YouTube based off of copyright, on a lot of which they don't fucking own. And it's just this massive abuse of IP, which is already a problem. But it's just this, and it stifles people from playing any music or reacting to anything. So like, at this point, I just don't care. Like I did a stream, like the record company that owned, Yellow Wolf song Trunk Music. I played like 10 seconds on it. Copyright strike. The intro video, I have a song. That's like 30 seconds, but it's part of a larger thing. It's also fair use. And she doesn't even own the rights to her own music because the studio dropped her, or label dropped her, for that song Carmageddon, because it was it was too anti-Israel. and you know, and they didn't like the COVID lyrics, but they still abuse the copyright and go after and copyright strike. So I get a copyright strike for that. We watched some of Bluebird on the intro for Naruto. That got a copyright strike. I think I had like grand total like 15 copyright strikes, and it took me like 2 days to go through and just get my video back to limited ad revenue, but not fully demonetized or copyright strike. So this is kind of, when people are like, someone might copyright strike you, I'm like, I have that shit happen like 7 or 8 times for every video. It takes a good part of my day every day just going through YouTube Studio and like either trimming out or writing up the paperwork to fight to undo the copyright strikes and then wait for it to come back to me. Hamas came out with new numbers. It looks like more combatants have been killed than non-combatants. Oh God. What? Oh my God. Sorry, I was just checking up on things, and then I saw like a random video of like Retail WoW is adding button macro systems to their game so that you can have a single button macro in the game itself. And I'm just like, God damn. I do not understand how people still play dropping in stream off topic again. Yeehaw. Dude, I'm just super ADHD. It's just kind of how that works. You want that money? All right, let me hop in live stream waiting. Or in the live stream. I wonder how we'll do it. I don't. Kasimir's likely to show his camera, so probably best for me to do this bad boy. We'll do this. And we'll put this. No, that's fine. Oh shit! Hold on, one more second. Change this to this. Do one of these bad boys. Pull up OBS Studio. Start virtual camera. Oh my God, why are there so many buttons for me to do things? There we go. And then we just gotta wait on Kasimir and PZH is already waiting. I'll drag him and get started, and let me DM Kasimir. What's up, PZH? Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Can you hear me, Philosophical Zombie Hunter? All right. Kasimir just DM'd me, said he's loading up. He just got home. Yeah, I think this is gonna be fun. This should be a lot of fun. Of course, he just dips out, tries to reset his shit. Oh, that's funny. All right, we might need to do. Might need to do one of these. Hold on. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah. Is this it? No. Where is it? Where? I have so many. I need to clean up my OBS. Ah, here we go. Let's do this. Hide this. And then change this one to this. What happened to my background? Didn't realize I had that open. Bro, the struggle. Anyone else feel like 3 monitors is not enough and too much all at the same time? There we go. Where the fuck did the background go? Whatever. We'll get by with this, boys. Sorry, I was setting up tech stuff.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I gotta find something. Image, there we go. Add source, there we go. I'm drag this all the way down to the very bottom. There we go, boys. Why? Okay, now Kasimir's the one having problems? All right. Can you hear me? You're muted and Kaz, I don't know if Kasimir's watching the stream to figure it out, but Kasimir is both muted and deafened. Hopefully he figures it out. Somebody in chat tell him.
I'm setting up, you heathen.
Did you call me a heathen?
Yes.
How does that make me a heathen? That hurt.
Hey guys, what's up?
You gotta check my video in another window, so don't pull me yet.
Of course, everybody has technical difficulties. What's up with you, Philosophical Zombie on there? How are you doing? I know you're up late.
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm, had a busy week. Had a bunch of stuff going this weekend. Had a fun time with my kids. Didn't get any goddamn sleep, but, but I'm good now. Happy to be here. Happy to finally do this. I have been waiting to do this reaction since it came out, but I just haven't been able to, schedule it, so that, I wasn't busy or I didn't have other things planned. Kasimir wasn't busy, and I'm happy to have you here as well. So I'm super excited for it. I just don't want to. I don't want to get into talking about it, until Kasimir is ready to go.
So we're ready to destroy.
Hold on, I should
destroy
sleep
Dave
more.
Smith?
Then I should sleep more. Do you guys? What is this fantasy world you guys are living in, where dads get to just sleep whenever they want to? That's married shit. You can go to sleep and make the mom take. When you have the kids for the weekend, you just have the kids. You're just awake so long as one of them is awake. So just dropped in. Is this a blind reaction? Well, it's been out for too long for it to be a quote unquote blind reaction. I've seen a clip or two here and there. I'm pretty sure both Philosophical Zombie Hunter and Kasimir have seen it. And I've seen discussion online about it. But I did my best to cloister myself from looking into it. So I haven't seen the actual debate. I've just seen a couple of viral clips that bounced around. So I have a lot of issues with Dave Smith and Scott Horton and other people, in terms of the fact that none of what they talk about is an actual libertarian discussion. It is the left-wing narrative that is also anti-war because it happens to be against a nation state, or especially against, America, and like in our involvement foreign. And I'm probably the most pro-Palestine, whatever the fuck that means. I don't want to get into a debate about the history of the word Palestine, whether or not it applies or doesn't apply. That's what they call the movement. I'm probably the most likely close to that position out of the people here. But I wanted to bring in actual libertarians, philosophical zombie hunter, more objectivist than libertarian in the ANCAP kind of domain. Kind of on the other end of the spectrum, very pro-Israel. And Kasimir, is someone that is, of the very same opinion to me, but probably more pro-Israel than I am. But nevertheless, everyone here has an understanding of anarcho-capitalism, objectivism, libertarianism, private property rights, economics, and, can make those arguments from that perspective. And as opposed to much of what we see from, like I said, like Scott Horton, Dave Smith, Clint Russell, everybody that just reads Scott Horton and then regurgitate what Scott Horton says, there's very little libertarianism in anything that they say. And so they say a lot of stupid shit. They say a lot of factually inaccurate things. And their perspective is just the left-wing perspective, which is we hate the, imperialist, Western hegemonic, pseudo-capitalist neoliberal establishment, that is America. So therefore we side with the little guy, and the libertarians just end up siding because, of course, we hate the state of Israel. I hate the state of Israel. I don't think Philosophical Zombie Hunter does, but if he was a real libertarian, he would hate the state of Israel because you should hate all nation states. They all fucking suck. They've all done terrible, evil things. But this narrative of like we're supposed to hate Israel, especially that it's this specific type of hate, and then at the same time we're going to tell these half truths and all these other things. Is something that I have a lot of ire for. So there's a spectrum of libertarian positions here, but there are libertarian positions here. And so I kind of want to have a meta conversation both about the debate and about the conflict and things like that. We'll watch it at like 1.75 speed. I'll be the only one seeing it genuinely for the first time all the way through. And we'll just kind of go from there. We're just waiting on Kasimir. I think he had to fix his camera or something. So we're just waiting on Kasimir to get his camera fixed, and then we'll get in here and we'll get it going. We'll introduce people, and it should be fun. Can I come in towards the end? I've seen this debate, but I don't want to ruin the flow. ZX Crack, I appreciate it. I love people hopping in. I'm bringing on Kasimir and Philosophical Zombie Hunter because they're invited. And I invited them because of their knowledge of the history, right? Like of like understanding of the maps of, what founded Israel, like what the Nakba really looks like, what were those skirmishes leading up to, War of Independence or the 6 Day War and things like that. I'm not trying to have a crowd in here while I'm doing a reaction. We would get nothing done. It's not an insult to you specifically. It's just that I brought on two people to do the reaction with me and I have this conversation because I appreciate their opinion and their background. I still hate both sides. I hate all sides. As the great Treebeard once said, sides, I'm on nobody's side because nobody's on my side. Zionists for busty Jewish ladies, anti-Zionists for Jewish men. Look, we all need, me personally, right? We need white Jewish women and attractive white Jewish men need to go find attractive black women so that we can have the perfect genetic specimen that is black women with light skin and jubies. Okay, like this is the eugenics that I can get behind, is that we forcibly make all of the white Jewish men breed with black women All right. And to create Hitler was right about the superior race, but he was all wrong about the genetics. Okay. It is blacks and Jews mixed together to create, that is the true superior race. And if you've ever seen a half and half, a mixed black girl with jubies, you will understand immediately. Today is the day that I come out pro eugenics. If you guys cannot tell that I'm being sarcastic, then once again, I could do the autism detected, but I think, we might end up with one of these. Oh, fuck, this is a different one. I haven't set up the video for it. Hold on, here we go. Hold on. I'll just do this real quick, just to show the video.
My message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening. All right, well, let's get...
There you go. That was just to show the video. I haven't set it up for this specific source because I don't use this source very often. Everyone is somewhat pro eugenics. I mean, everyone is for people selecting for things that they value. I don't know that everyone, if that's what you mean. Hey, there he is.
Hello, testing.
Oh, well, I hit the wrong button, but I hear you.
Does the stream hear me?
I hear you.
Test for me one more time, and I'll see if it pops up in my sound.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3.
Yeah. You're pretty loud, but I can turn you down. Oh, why did I have you turned up so much? All right, go. Give me another sound check.
1 2 3 4 5.
All right, that ought to work. All right, so Kasimir, Philosophical Zombie Hunter, we're about to get this party started. I have not watched this, which has been a struggle for me because I've really wanted to watch this, but I did not want to watch this until I had an opportunity to react to it on stream. That being said, this is in part reaction stream. Mostly it is a meta conversation, both about the debate and about how we communicate libertarian ideas as it applies to this conflict, and of course about missing context and lies that we find, and half-truths that we find from both individuals in this conversation. So it is a very meta conversation. I'm very, very excited to have two people here that I know have a lot of knowledge of the history of events, and whom I also respect for having a knowledge of philosophy of libertarianism, from different angles, obviously. Kasimir and I are both anarcho-capitalists, so, if we wanted to be extra gatekeeping today, we would say we are the only libertarians. There are no other libertarians. But nevertheless, Philosophical Zombie Hunter, I respect your opinion. And there's a wide array, a little bit, of kind of the beliefs in the conflict. You're muted. You weren't getting picked up when you unmuted. Yeah, your microphone itself is muted or something. You're unmuting yourself on Discord, but there's no audio coming through.
Oh, I forgot it's Discord. How awful. I'm saying he's not a libertarian, okay? Just for the record.
Nevertheless, we'll say libertarian adjacent. My issue, and again, I really wanted to have this conversation and talk about this and see it because I have seen people like Dave Smith, but more importantly, Scott Horton and all of the people that just read Scott Horton come across with, ever since October 7th, with a narrative which is, we hate Western hegemonic imperialism. We hate the American kind of USAID strategy, which I'm all for. And so they're willing to co-opt narratives that leftists and communists use as a means to be anti-war. And we saw some of this with Ukraine and Russia, but we saw a lot more of this with Israel, Palestine, or Gaza, whatever you want. I don't want to get into a meta debate about whether or not Palestine's a real place or some shit. But we've seen this where half of the history is told, half of the story is told, and most importantly, all of the libertarians that are preaching the libertarian solution or the libertarian concept have nothing to say about libertarianism. There's no mention of property rights. There's no mention of at best you'll hear what about right of return and a property right. But it is overwhelmingly, it is just them sucking the dick of the PLOs, kind of this is why Israel bad. And I hate Israel. I hate nation states. I'm a fucking ANCAP. I hate Israel. I hate America. Fuck all of you. I hate the government and the people in charge. I don't hate Israelis. I don't hate Americans. I don't hate Chinese people. But I hate all these fucking governments. And I hate the state. But there's this weird, almost anti-Semitic bent to much of libertarian discussion, which is I'm supposed to hate Israel especially. And all of the charity that we give to every other nation state, we do the exact opposite with Israel, right? Like if I were to come out and be like if we talk about Epstein, for example, right? Oh, well, there's charity about, what government politicians were there. But as soon as Israel enters the conversation, it's like clearly he was working for Mossad. This is what Israel does. They capture all of the governments in the world because the Jews run the world. And it's like, are you a libertarian or are you a fucking groiper? Like, what happened to you? And it is a common theme. So I brought on two people that know a lot about Israel, that know a lot about the conflict, that know a lot about libertarian philosophy. I'm long-winded, but I really wanted to make clear why we're having this and why we're doing this. So Kasimir, if you want to introduce yourself, tell me a little bit about your experience, what you know and what you believe, and then we'll do the same thing round robin to Philosophical Zombie Hunter.
Hey, my name is Kasimir Freeman, and I am an almost highly, very ANCAP, not adjacent.
Yeah.
The real one. So we'll see. I think it's a fairly complex topic to discuss, and I don't think it's actually will get covered much in this particular stream because the topic might be about something else. There's a little bit of spoiler alert.
Yeah, I've seen clips. I heard that like a lot of it is on like credentialism and expertise and bullshit like that. And we'll get into it. I'm going to watch it at 1.75 speed. Fair warning. We'll watch it at 1.75 speed. I'm not doing a watch together. So if either of you want me to pause because you have something to say, just say pause. And then Philosophical Zombie Hunter. Tell everybody, like what's going on, why you're here, what what your passion are. What are your favorite hobbies? Are you really into model airplanes? Like, whatever you want to say, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I'm PZH. I am going to debate here, I guess, philosophically on the side of minarchism, night watch state. I do come from a background of objectivism, but I think philosophically it's going to be a difficult. I suspect it'll be a difficult topic for not seeing this as a state. I'm struggling to see it in the other way. I'm pro-Israel. Also, even though I haven't been in Israel half my life, I did attend the army for 3 years as it's mandatory in Israel. And I have some insight as to how it runs and this whole conflict, although this time around it's much more extreme, the whole thing is very familiar to me. And yeah, I'm here to discuss the Dave Smith and Douglas Murray debate on JRE.
All right, let me share it to you guys so that you guys can be at the same place I am.
I was going to ask about that.
Is there a way to get rid of my share screen on the new Discord settings? Grid view, show my camera, show non-video participants. That didn't work. Because they changed. Is there a way to? What the fuck? More options. Report a problem. Why the fuck would the more options only have one option, and the option is report a problem? I do not like Discord's new fucking layout. I guess it isn't. I guess the stream will just be doubled over in that. In order for me to get the audio and everything onto people, we have to just deal with it in that way. So that's fun. Whatever. We'll deal with it this way. So let's get this party started. I want to start off a little bit. I just want to say one thing. What it was that changed my opinion of the Israel-Palestine conflict before October 7th, right? Which was, I had a watershed moment a few years ago where I was talking to somebody, I think it was online on like Twitter or something, and they had brought up the Nakba. And I was like, well, I don't really know much about the Nakba, right? I'm not an expert. I never lived in Israel. I'm not Jewish, right? And I was like, what is the Nakba? Because, you know, I had heard it discussed a bunch. And every time anyone ever brings up the Nakba, it is always, what happened is Likud and a bunch of like authoritarian right-wing people came in, removed all of the Muslims from their homes, forced them out, and then forced them into other countries. And I was like, oh my God, you know, like, it was like, this is horrible, this is horrible, this is horrible. And then I was like, well, let me just like see what other people say. And then it was like, oh, there was a war for 2 years. Like the Nakba is part of a war where every country in the region invaded. And I was like, and every time I hear the Nakba now, I can't unsee it. It's like the moment that you know that e-girls put a little bit of white highlighter on their nose to make it look like lens flare. And then you know that's a makeup trick. And then you just see it every time. Every time I hear a libertarian talk about like the Nakba, that is like the thing that like I always notice is that it's like, oh, this is a really to what Kasimir was saying, this is a really complicated conversation. And the Nakba gets drilled down into Jews kicked all the Muslims out of their homes, and no one talks about the fact that Jordan and Egypt had conquered areas, that there was an invasion of every Muslim country in the region, and then they had to do armistice deals.
I should add a few more details. So you should notice that Scott said a special word, the Nakba. Some of you maybe never heard that word before, but you should notice that it's very unique. Now, we have a thing called ethnic cleansing, right? And then there is the special word that suddenly appears. But let's look how special it is. So in about 1948, there was a state was created in Pakistan using a split off between India and Pakistan. About 20 million people shifted places, and roughly 2 million people died in that process. None of them, none of the people who participated in this, most of them have not, like they're either really old or they're not here anymore. And there's almost no living refugees from that moment. All of the populations got absorbed. And while they're fighting over Kashmir, they're not really fighting over whether there is one group of people living in one place and another in another. It's not contested anymore to that degree. Same thing happened with the Germans. 12 million Germans from Eastern Europe after World War II, around the same time, got moved by the Allies, quote unquote moved, evicted forcibly, and I think close to 1 million of them died as well. During and after the civil war in the Levant, in Palestine and Israel, in the Palestinian Mandate, 800,000, roughly 800 to 900,000 Jews from Arab nations started to get evicted. People who were totally innocent, had no participation in Zionism, in any of these projects. There was guilt by association with being Jewish. And a similar number is Palestinian refugees, Arab refugees that occurred around the same time. The reasons why they became refugees on both sides is very complex. We can get into details in another stream. But notice that in both cases, there's something special. Whether it's Jews or Palestinian Arabs are involved, we get special words. So there is no special word for Pakistan. There's no special word for the Sudetenland and the Eastern European Germans. None of them have special words, and they don't have special departments in the United Nations. Only the Arabs get a special department where the children's children are still considered refugees to this day. This is unprecedented. And then if you look at the recent history, there are current conflicts that are extremely bloody. There are current conflicts where Christians in the Middle East are getting massacred, deliberately so, intentionally so, targeting of children and women, not accidental. And yet all of these libertarian accounts, or right-wing accounts or left-wing accounts, everybody, there's barely a peep. Now, the trick is as follows. Our money goes to Israel, therefore we're morally responsible, and we should, pay special attention. I agree. But your money also goes to Egypt, also goes to Lebanon, also goes to Syria. Somehow, if we look at the percentage of tweets, the representation is not equal. I think there's something unique about this.
Our money also goes to South Africa. Our money goes to South Africa. You don't hear any. There's no special words for what's happening in South Africa. There's apartheid, right? Like we kind of used apartheid in that regard because why? Well, because it was against black people. But now that the Boer farmers are being killed being targeted, there's no and the AFD is singing a song that states over and over again death to the Boers, which is essentially death to Whitey, kill Whitey. As one of their major political. There's no special word for that. It is interesting. I do find it interesting that the same people that are like the Jews control everything and they control the media, and it's like, well, they're doing a real shitty job of controlling this narrative. And you know what I mean? If they control everything, which is it?
Let's despoil this real quick. I'll be much briefer this time. It is not intentional Jew hate in my mind. The Jew hate. I mean, there are people like Jake Shields who are actually full on. I totally believe they hate the Jews. But for most other people, it's just the following facts that are a factor. There are billions of Muslims in the world that attend social media and upvote things. Okay? There's only like 12 million Jews worldwide. Out of them, maybe 5 million are based and the rest are slightly crazy. Okay? So the odds in terms of social media are totally not in the favor of the people, and Jews, they're more associated, in terms of influence with legacy media that's already dying. Yeah. So if you show up and you criticize the death of Lebanese Christians or the suffering of Christians in Syria, you get massive amount of downvotes from Islamists. Like you don't get visibility. But if you criticize the state of Israel, the same people boost you to the front page.
Well, let's also add, and then I'm going to start the video. Well, let's also add, with the current conflict going on, in the hierarchy of oppression Olympics on the left, Muslims beat out the Jews. So there's that too. You don't need to be an Islamist. You can just be any left-wing person. And the moment that you start talking about Christians being, persecuted in some other place, it's like, oh, you're some right-wing, blah, blah, blah. Like, because they stand with Islam, until you tell them, Islam is right about women, then magically they get offended. So anyways, let's get started.
Thanks for coming. Good to see you guys. What's happening? Are you going no headphones? Oh, keep the do.
I'm not quite sure what they add, but yeah.
There we go. All right. The goal of this is every time I see.
Can I just say, when you go to these studios, I don't understand how people do monitor headphones. There's always a slight delay. It fucks with me so bad. Same thing happened to me at Temple. They're like, why aren't you you don't want to wear the headphones? It's like hearing my own voice in like a 2 millisecond delay is fucking really difficult. I don't know if it's because I'm ADHD that I can't do it, because like everybody else seems to get it. Like it seems to be I'm in the minority of people that can't do it. But monitor headphones are fucking awful, and I don't know how people do that shit. Just throwing that out there.
People that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world events. It's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming. There's the word again. We brought it. Yeah. We're just talking about that. The word retarded is back, and it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcasts. But these things are always like Pierce Morgan, which is fine. Where everyone's screaming over each other, and there's 5 different people talking over each other. There's never just rational conversations where you discuss things. And I respect both of you. I think both of you are brilliant. And I thought, I bet you agree on a lot of things. I bet you disagree on a lot of things. And it'd be fascinating to see your perspectives on these things. So that's why you're here together.
Okay. Well, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of either war?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God's out.
That's how we're starting. That's how Douglas Murray starts. Is just being like, do you feel like you've had enough of people that are supportive of the war? What do you mean, dude? I run a podcast and I talk to people I find are interesting. Like, he's not NBC. He's not married to some, fucking, this concept of like equal both ways. And also, has NBC or anybody else had on enough people that deny evolution? How dare you have on so many scientists that support evolution? Do you feel like you've had enough people on that deny evolution? Like certain like the idea that just because there's a for and against doesn't mean that like you should have equal representation of for and against. He's had on diverse people. He brings on fucking CIA spook. I forget his name, but he brings him on all the time. Like he's brought on plenty of statists that are, you know, pro-American empire and things of that nature. He talks to people that are interesting. It's such a weird way to open up your conversation that seems like passive aggressive and bitchy.
This is the first 40 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, so let's put some context in it. Douglas Murray is
really
releasing a new book. He releases a new book, and as part of his release tour, he gets this interview with Joe Rogan. Now, Joe Rogan can't handle talking to Douglas Murray, like a dangerous propagandist for the deep state and for the war party alone. And he needs to bring somebody. Who should he bring? I think that he should bring an expert on the Middle East, an expert on morality, an expert on ethics, an expert on one of these topics. Obviously, right. Dave Smith is the number one first choice.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, even of all the things I have against Scott Horton and his, like, disciples in the way that they tell history, he's Joe Rogan. He could have just got Scott Horton. Like, I think Scott Horton, even though I disagree with a lot of the representation of his ideas, would be able to better debunk historical narratives or details or have a study, you know, on the top of his head than would Dave Smith. Like, Dave Smith is a crowd pleaser. Like, that's... Like, you bring on Dave Smith when you want to do a Legion of Skanks episode. You bring on Dave Smith when you're doing Kill Tony and it's going to be funny. You bring on Dave Smith when you're doing a one-on-one interview. The idea that Dave Smith is this great debater, I've never been impressed by any debate that Dave Smith has done. I'm sorry. I'm not.
He crushed Laura Loomer. Crushed her.
That's true. All right, let's go.
Is on the side of Israel, for sure. Jordan is on the side of Israel.
Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Yeah.
Coleman did it for 20 minutes, so it wasn't why he was here.
No, I mean, none of them is why they're here. You know, it's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No, just with the guests.
The guests, yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
Mm-hmm. But why do you think that is? Just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's number one podcast.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just? Sorry, it's your show. But sure. If you're going to interview historians of the conflict or historians in general, why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll? Or
yeah, but Ian Carroll, I didn't bring him on for that purpose. I brought him on because I want to find out, like, how does one get involved in the whole conspiracy theory business? Because his whole thing is just conspiracies.
Sure.
You know.
But do you have any? I mean, there's been a tilt in the conversation, both conversations, in the last couple of years, and it's largely to do with people who have appointed themselves experts.
It's like, would he talk this way about Larry David, or not Larry David? Who's that old guy that did interviews all the time late night on CNN? You know what I'm talking about?
I think I do, yeah.
You know who the interview.
Yeah,
did, like, I can't remember his name.
He died recently, I think.
God, what is if chat remembers? Like, but you know who I'm talking about? The older man, Larry King, not Larry King. Thank you, Larry King. Like, would he talk this way about Larry King? Like, I mostly see Joe Rogan as the alt media version of Larry King, right? Because if you watch Larry King, almost all of his interviews are interview questions designed to get the conversation going forward, not to challenge the guest, right? And he would bring on people like in famous legal cases, right? Like, I remember when Larry King like interviewed the defense team for in the intro video, the lady that murdered her baby, right? Like, he would bring on horrible people. And he would bring on he would just bring on people because they were interesting conversations and give them a platform to speak because people were interested in that conversation. But he didn't, check them or, it wasn't this like, oh, I have to have equal representation, whatever. I mean, CNN did that a little bit more than Joe Rogan did because CNN booked interviews for him, I'm sure. But like, would he say this about Larry King? Like, yeah, I brought on Ian Carroll because Ian Carroll's interesting. Like, he's a phenomena. Like, he ratioed Elon Musk on Twitter. You have any idea how popular the current Israel-Palestinian conflict and like Jewish anti-Semitic conspiracy hole has to be to ratio Elon Musk on Twitter. Like that's a cultural phenomena that like should be seen. But Joe Rogan's pushback is very minimal against every guest. Like he gets this constant, I don't understand, like this is just a stupid, like this is just a stupid legal, like a legacy media take.
So can I just, I'll explain what is kind of, the context is in what he's saying. Douglas Murray is upset that these, what he considers like right-wing charlatans, in a sense, or people who claim to be historians but aren't really professional historians and are coming up with these contrarian views. And these contrarian views get a lot of clicks, and it drowns out the actual context. And with regards to Joe pushing back, he did push back on Candace Owens, and he is able to push back, but he
did the same thing with he's gotten it like Larry Elder. I remember he pushed back hardcore against libertarianism in every vein against Larry Elder. Right. And that was before he had kind of softened up by having more conversations with Dave Smith. So, I mean, he does do pushback from time to time. But yeah, sure, I get it. There are podcasters and influencers that kind of brand themselves like they're historians. But I mean, if you're stupid enough to get all of your information from Joe Rogan or from, a podcaster, how is that any better than people that are stupid enough to get all of their information from the New York Times? I mean, the New York Times literally just spent the last week or the last few days lying about Donald Trump wearing a blue suit to fucking the Pope's funeral because they had to zoom in on an image so that they didn't show all the other people in blue suits. Then they doctored the image so that the guy that was in a navy blue suit, they made it much, much darker so it looked like it was a charcoal suit. And then they doctored the image to make his suit looked like it was bright blue when it wasn't bright blue, so that they could have all of the people on legacy media be like, and Donald Trump wore a blue suit because he hates Christ. It's not a real, just so that they could have some bullshit to attack him on. It's like, there's plenty of reasons to hate Donald Trump, but these are smear merchants. So like this idea that like anybody that's getting like, and I say this to people, I know that there are people in my audience that like watch me every time I go live. I'm not saying don't do that. I enjoy the views. I want to get famous. Help me out. But I am saying that if I'm your source of news, you're retarded. And I mean that to my own people in my own audience that support me, right? Because I care about the truth more than I care about clout, right? Like if I am your only source of news and information, you're fucking up. Because you're going to go say some shit that I said that's wrong, and then you're only going to remember half of the details of what I said, and then you're going to go tell somebody some shit that's crazy. Don't do that. Read some books. Watch some other people. Like I watch David Pakman. I hate David Pakman. I watch David Pakman because I want to know what like the neoliberal lefty podcasters kind of think about shit.
The problem with this is, well, everything you said is on point, and while we explain why Murray is reacting this way, he knows that he's going on Joe Rogan, that he can expect the unexpected, and his opening is weak.
Well,
Complaining is always
it's shitty. It's just a shitty way to start a podcast.
Yeah. He had stronger opponents.
Who are not experts.
You mean like Ian? I don't think he appoints himself an expert in anything.
Who's that other dude who thinks he's an expert on Churchill?
Daryl Cooper does not think he's an expert.
In fact, I think it's everybody else is always calling him an expert, and he's like, I'm just a history.
Have you ever absorbed any of his material? Have you ever consumed any of his podcasts or anything like that?
I've tried.
Yeah?
It's pretty hard to listen to somebody who says, I don't know what I'm talking about, but now I'm going to talk. Or I don't know about this, or I'm not capable of debating this historian, but I'm going to just...
That's such a like a boomer take. It's so hard to listen to someone that says that they're not an expert and then starts telling me shit. It's like Gen Z and millennials kind of get this. They watch streamers all the time that don't know what the fuck they're talking about just because their opinions are interesting. I kind of get what he's saying, but like, you know who else says this? Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin constantly tells you, I'm not an expert. Here's the books I'm referencing. Read these books. And yet he's a great source of information. I would say if you listen to every hardcore history podcast, you would have way more knowledge than the layman on world history and events and things of that nature. So I understand there's a bit of fence sitting here, right? Where someone constantly purports like they know what they're talking about on a conflict and then says that they're not an expert. But like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like it's up to you as an individual to learn shit. And if you are only listening to some charlatan, the idea that we're going to attack the charlatans is, you know, I don't like, it's gatekeeping bullshit that like, it's like, where do you draw the line on your gatekeeping? Right. And it's like, cause I agree. He's probably not a good source of history in a lot of ways. But at the same time, who decides who is and isn't an expert? The 97% of historians that are left wing that work at institutions. So we're only allowed to have 3% right wing representation. You know what I mean? Like it's a silly fucking game.
No, there's a simple standard. There's a simple standard. So with Carlin and with Martyr Maid, I forgot his name. With both of them, if they do, I don't know. I need to look up the videos if they really say I'm not an expert. If they do say that, that's bullshit. That's absolute BS. So you can't go into a field, dedicate your entire podcast to history, do massive research campaigns where you're supposed to have references. You're supposed to, every sentence is supposed to be weighted, and you're dealing with something that influences current events, influences people's understanding of the world, and you're doing this with a task, with the supposed goal of releasing people from the chains of false history, of revising history. If you do that and you say I'm not an expert or I'm not an active historian, that's some kind of nonsense. So I do actually believe in that criticism, but he didn't explain it properly. He should have said, listen, it's the reason why it's annoying is because why are these people looking for a way out? They should stand behind their word. And that's why it's difficult listening to them, because they're basically telling you, I'm going to not be responsible. And by the way, here's the most important history for your people.
Yeah, that's fair. Right? Like, it's like, you can't pretend to be, you know, I think the concept of the word expert is weighted differently based upon the subjective interpretation of it, because it's a very vague thing, right? Like a layman, not a layman. No, hold on. Let me speak. Like when someone says, "I am a oh God, what's the word I'm looking for?
Subject matter expert.
It's not expert. It's not expert. It's not layman. The other word. Why can my brain not produce this word? Oh my fucking God. But regardless,
the opposite or similar?
What's that?
Are you looking for the opposite, like a dilettante or a dabbler, or a similar?
It just means someone that is really, really interested in something but isn't credentialed in that thing.
No. Let's skip all that. Let's skip the semantics.
Yeah, well, that's why I was saying I would skip it. That's why I was trying to do.
The reason why this is important for this conversation, I agree with the sentiment that the world of historians in current era is filled with relativists, with people who don't do honest work, and their credentialism is sort of worthless. And this is going to be the argument from Rogan, most likely. It's like, he's going to list all the failures of recent experts to undermine the word. And he's correct. However, here's the problem. If you do the job, meaning if you take over someone's shoes, if you say we're the new news network, we're the new, like the social media is the new news channel, we're the new reporters, we're the new, interviewers, we were replacing legacy. Oh yes, then you also gain the responsibility for your reputation to be truthful and to have receipts.
I just wanted to add something. I think I understand what you two are saying. I think that what Murray is trying to do, he's trying to prevent, in the context of history, he's trying to prevent the 1619 project version on the right-wing side. He's trying to prevent people coming in, setting up a narrative, taking particular points in history and making a contrarian narrative that is as accurate as the 1619 project.
Amateur was the word I was looking for. I don't know why my brain couldn't come up with it, but amateur. Like amateur, we think of the word as amateur meaning you don't know something, but amateur really means that like you're really, really, really into this thing and you've read a lot about it, but you're not necessarily credentialed in the way that other people are doing it, right? But yeah, can you expand upon that? What do you mean, like he's trying to like you're just saying he's setting up the whole James Lindsay woke right kind of like dichotomy thing here?
To some degree, and I think Jordan Peterson had a Jerry podcast as well, and they mention it. Basically, they're trying to prevent what happened on the left, where you have all these extreme people, and they are trying to gatekeep them, and they're saying, look, expertise in this context is important, and it is true that we had experts from the government in the last 5 years telling us things that turned out not to be true. But expertise does have some value. It's basically someone who spent many years of their lives researching a particular topic, and that should mean something.
Yeah, it should mean something, but they still can't gatekeep. This is the problem that they have. So after this interview, and a little bit of a spoiler, I don't think we'll watch these, Douglas Murray actually made a good analogy. He said, imagine I show up to Joe Rogan and I start talking, provide my professional opinions on MMA. And I start talking about, particular MMA moves being better than other moves. And I do that for an hour. Joe Rogan probably won't last an hour. In 5 minutes, he will start calling BS. Why? Well, because he's a professional in that field. He's not accredited in that field. That doesn't matter. He participates in it. He's part of it. And so the criticism here should be similar. It shouldn't be why didn't you bring in experts? It should be, why are your experts so bad, Mr. Revisionist?
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. It just seems like if we're going to talk about this conflict, we're going to talk about the discussion around it, it seems like a weird way to start your conversation is to immediately go after the host and be like, why have you brought on conspiracy theorists? I don't know, because I run a fucking podcast, dude. Like, I'm not NBC. Like, you know what I mean? It's not my fault that experts have sullied the name of expertise over the last 30 years by all of the major institutions being full of shit and lying to us for decades. That's not my fault. That doesn't mean that I now have to pick up the baton of like accurate information when I started this with a fucking with my first sponsor being like big dick pills and sex toys in a California fucking studio, just shooting the shit with comedians, and I happen to be really popular because people enjoy the fact that I have interesting conversations. I don't know. It seems like a bullshit point. It's like this mantle of responsibility for fair and accurate coverage. I just don't understand why that applies to Joe Rogan at all. It seems like they're trying to force that on him because the media has failed to be able to do that. And a lot of young men have now flocked to Joe Rogan because they feel like they're getting more accurate information from them than they are from any major news media publication. But that's not Joe Rogan. Like that's a major news publication problem. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what Daryl was saying. I mean, Daryl's point of view, however you feel about this, what Daryl's saying is he doesn't really like doing debates. He likes to do long format stuff where he can really explain his position.
If you throw a lot of shit out there's some point at which I'm just raising questions is not a valid thing. Mm-hmm. You're not raising questions. You're not asking questions. You're telling people something.
Do you think Daryl's doing that?
I think there's a whole bunch of guys doing it.
Yeah, I think the common trope that you see amongst like one thing that I see a lot of, right, is like, I went and did the math on how many, how long it takes to burn a body in a cremation situation, And when I did the math, how do you get to 6 million? It could only be 120,000 or something. And it's like, okay, but you didn't mention that like this wasn't just done at like Dachau. It was done at 3 different camps. You didn't mention the fact that you use data on modern cremation where people make sure the body is fully burned and they clean out and scrape out the crematory afterwards because they don't want to mix up people's ashes together, as opposed to the Germans were, they were putting multiple bodies in and they were doing it at high temperatures and they didn't give a fuck if it was 100% perfectly done. They just wanted to make sure that they were mostly dust, right? Like you didn't do any of the math correctly, but I'm just asking questions. Like, no, you're casting dispersion and doubt with these questions and then hiding behind the shield of just asking questions, because the whole goal here is to, what you're really trying to say is all of the Jews are lying and the Holocaust numbers are too big, and you're using a bunch of retarded fucking personal math that you're doing to try and make this critique that doesn't make any sense. And like you mentioned, I've seen Jake Shields make posts like that multiple times. I've seen plenty of people do that. And it's like, at a certain point, no, you're not asking questions. You're trying to subvert a narrative and you're doing it very poorly.
I think Dave is doing that very obviously. Dave's a comedian, but he's now mainly talking about Israel.
No, I don't know if I'm mainly talking about Israel.
That's all I see you on the internet doing.
Yeah, but
that might be what you've seen.
It's
So I
just
don't
you
think that's
but that is also your shtick now, isn't it?
Well, what do you mean by that's my shtick?
Well, you're not a geopolitics guy in general, are you?
I don't even know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying you've decided, being a comedian, you've decided now to become somebody who talks about Israel.
I think you're incorrect. I don't think it's a decision. I just think
I don't know. I don't know that I fully agree with that assessment, because I mean, Dave Smith does part of the problem, right? Dave Smith has done geopolitics, discussions and debates. So I kind of agree with what he's saying, but it's not like Dave Smith stopped doing Legion of Skanks, like he's not doing a lot of other forms of content.
The point is, he made it horrible. It made it horrible. What happens is that when Dave Smith talks about, slams Israel on anything or on the conflict, or has that debate, which he did like a series of them, one after another, he shows up on Douglas Murray's timeline because Douglas Murray is interested in the topic.
Right.
Whereas when he does Legion of Skanks, he gets muted. Douglas Murray ignores that. So he said it incorrectly. I mean, this is a trend with Murray.
I think saying
misses the point.
I think saying shtick made it, confuse his entire point, because now he's using a word that says you're a grifter that's hopping into this current grift, and it's like, well, I've got a bunch of other things I'm doing. Like he could, if he wouldn't have said shtick, and he would have said like, well, you yourself talk about these as if you are a well-informed person and that you're very passionate about, and you're trying to sway public opinion on these things, but you yourself are also kind of hiding behind this concept of like, I'm not an expert. But that's only okay when you happen to give your opinion because someone asks you, or it just happens to come up on your podcast. That's not the same thing when you're on fucking Pierce Morgan, 3 times a month discussing this issue, and you're, on other programs discussing this issue. You're kind of you're having your cake and you're eating it too, and that you're selling yourself as an expert, and at the same time you're hiding behind this, well, I'm not an expert. Like, I don't do that. And when I've had people approach me for like Israel-Palestine debates before on panels, and I'm like, I'll show up, but it's not really my wheelhouse. I don't know that I really know enough about this conflict to really be, it's like, if you want me to do it, like I'll do it on like, Prime Guys if it comes up, because I'm a regular on Prime Guys. But like, I've had people approach me and be like, you should do this Israel-Palestine thing. And I've done a couple of them, but I've turned down some too, because I'm just like, yeah, this, like, I don't feel like I know enough to have that conversation. Sometimes I'll do it, like I did a hippy dippy one, right? I'll do it because, I feel like the libertarian position is something I can represent well. And so on a panel, I will, represent, what I feel is missing from the conversation based upon something I am an expert in. I'll tell you, I'm an expert in libertarianism and discussing libertarianism online. I'm not an expert on Israel-Palestine, but I might show up to a panel just because I think there's something missing there. But if it's like a U3 versus U3 and this is the side you're taking, it's like, dude, I'm That's not me. You know what I mean? So like I've probably turned down opportunities just because I don't want to say bullshit. I don't want to be like Destiny and just spend a month reading Wikipedia and then be like, I'm the expert now. It's like, no, like I'm not. Like this isn't a thing I have real world experience with, much less a lot of academic knowledge in.
You have long-form conversations, multiple of them. It's a huge event that's in the news, so it comes up. I don't think it's a thing. I think if you're on the outside, you'd say, oh, look, they're trying to get attention by talking about this very polarizing issue publicly.
That's you do get attention from that. If you'd spent the last year speaking about Myanmar, you would not be on my lips.
Yeah, but he does talk about Yemen constantly. He talks about a lot of things that aren't in the news.
That's true. That's true. No, I mean, that's a fair thing from Douglas Murray. If he was talking about Myanmar, if he was talking about, warlords in the Congo that are attacking schools, if he was talking about, I mean, like he does talk about Yemen, but the reason he talks about Yemen is a means of linking the United States Middle Eastern policy in Saudi Arabia. It's not like he's talking about Yemen because he's particularly super interested in what's going on in Yemen. He uses it as a talking point to talk about fucking Middle Eastern foreign policy. Like it's not like it's like this idea that yeah, it's like it's this idea that always he talks about Yemen. It's like, yeah, but he's using it to talk about Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Iran, and the conflict occurring there and how American Western involvement in the region is problematic. That's fine, but just be honest about it. Just be honest and say that, like, no, I fucking talk about this a lot and I know a lot about it, and then we can have that debate about whether or not you actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
Tend to talk about the conflicts that my government is directly involved in, which I think is reasonable to me. But I don't quite get, like, what's all the appeal to authority stuff? I mean, you have to be an expert. Or
I think authority matters. I think authority matters, and I think that if you just throw a lot of shit out there and then say, I'm not interested in the alternative views on this, and particularly when it's a counter-narrative that is wildly off. And when you get people, look, I just feel, we should get it out straight away, I feel you've opened the door to quite a lot of people who've now got a big platform who have been throwing out counter-historical stuff of a very dangerous kind.
You mean Daryl? You talking about Daryl?
Daryl, who's the other one?
I don't think Daryl has a...
Derek,
I don't think he's anything dangerous
what's
about
the other guy? Derek... What's his name? Cooper, is it? Which one is it?
No, it's
Daryl Cooper. Who's the other one? There was one I just checked on the way here. Daryl Cooper, and then yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, it is a fair point. Like, if you're going to have a huge, giant podcast, bring people on, you're going to give them an audience, and that's going to have an effect, no matter who it is. Like whomever Joe Rogan brings on. Like, if Joe Rogan approached me to do Joe Rogan and said, you're not allowed to make any money off of doing Joe Rogan Experience, and you have to get yourself here to Texas, and you have to pay for everything, I'd do it. Why would I do it? Because I would gain a massive, like the amount of audience that I would gain from being on Joe Rogan. If just 1% of the viewers subscribe to my YouTube channel would be 10 times larger than it currently is. So the idea that, like, I do think this is a very left-wing kind of, like, critique of, like, responsible platforming. But, like, I don't think you can fully and wholly dismiss that, like, if you bring people on, you do indeed give them a platform. You do indeed boost their ideas. And even if you're not in support of those ideas, if you have no pushback against it, and you kind of just, like, let it go unchallenged, you are kind of selling, even if you're not intending to, you're kind of selling a tacit support for those ideas, because you think they're, at the very least, you think they're interesting enough to bring on your podcast, and then you don't attack them, you're not debating them, you're just like, oh, tell me more, right? So I do think that Douglas Murray is somewhat of a point here.
He doesn't have to attack them, but it is telling when he brings in on an expert to have an expert fight and when he doesn't. And they have like an excuse for Daryl Cooper for Martyr Made, which is, oh, he doesn't do debate, he only does long form. Okay, that's fine. He only does long form. So bring him on, do the full podcast of Daryl Cooper, and then there is a whole list of people who refute him on Twitter.
Right.
Some of whom he's blocked.
It's a very
one of
simple
those and give them equal exposure, and then see how Daryl Cooper avoids debates after 3 hours on Joe Rogan is spent just debunking his points, embarrassing him completely. He can't block that.
Well, I think that's inviting drama. That is not necessarily what he wants, and that's perfectly fine. But I do think, like, you shouldn't bring on someone with the idea of debunking your last guest. I think that's probably not what he wants.
Wait, he did that.
Hold on. I know that he does it sometimes, right? I'm just saying what he should do is not necessarily bring on someone to debunk someone's ideas, but just bring on someone who's an expert in the same thing, you know, like from a different position, just to say, I thought this guy's had a lot of interesting ideas. Now I want to talk to somebody else that's kind of on a different side of the spectrum and see what interesting ideas they have. And it will happen naturally. You'll see the debunking come in naturally, right? And you don't need to do it with the express condition, because that's like, he's not trying to be like a
blood for the blood god.
I agree. That's how I am. I would do that, right? But I understand Joe Rogan is not that guy.
He is that guy. One of the highest viewed podcasts he had was when he had this vegan guy on, and he had the meat guy on, and then he had the meat plus vegan guy on, and they almost started a fist fight that was glorious. I loved it, every moment of it. It was
I agree. It's great. It's great content. I also agree. The same thing when he had on, Graham Hancock. Right. And then he had on another guy that was counter to Graham Hancock. And he was like, well, you guys should debate. Come on in. Right. And then tried to set it up. Guy got sick or whatever. And then, later had that debate. And, and Graham Hancock fucking destroyed him. He's a better communicator of these things, even though he's not an expert. Right. So like, I don't disagree that that's not good content. I'm just saying you don't even have to go that far is all I'm saying. You can just go to the point where you recognize that if you're going to bring up someone that's controversial, you probably should, I don't think it's incumbent upon Joe Rogan to not platform people and to give a fuck about what somebody else says about irresponsible platforming. And yet I also kind of agree to a certain extent that if you're going to bring up somebody that's really controversial, that has, this position on something, it would probably be in your best interest, both for your audience, for yourself, for your show, for your, the respectability of everything, to find somebody that is equally interesting, that has a counter, narrative, and then let the audience decide and let the audience get, a wide kind of array of those opinions. But again, starting off your show this way seems so fucking, I can't say the word on YouTube, but it seems so gay.
I just want to add the one small thing. I think Joe can platform whoever he wants. Mm-hmm. I think Joe agrees with the morality of the pro-Palestinian side.
Yeah.
And that's why he hosts more of them. And just for the example of Douglas Murray, he probably had to bring him on because of his book tour. And he didn't interview him one-on-one. He brought Dave Smith to debate with him.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he could have just brought Douglas Murray on to talk about this issue and why he thinks it's wrong or whatever. But yeah, no, that's super fair.
That's super fair. We got to be careful, guys. What is our ratio right now? 5-1, half an hour for 6 minutes.
You can skip the first 40 minutes outright. It's just a repeat of this.
They're not knowledgeable.
No one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Well, then we'll let it play a little bit longer. You know what I mean? With less interruptions. It's fine.
Carroll is incredibly knowledgeable.
He's not. He's wildly. Several reasons. One is when he was offered.
Wait, who is he saying?
These guys are not historians. They're not knowledgeable.
No one's calling Ian Carroll.
No, but then why listen to their views on Churchill?
Darryl is incredibly knowledgeable.
He's not. He's wildly. Several reasons. One is when he was offered to debate the current greatest living biographer of Churchill, he said, I can't, because he knows much more than me, and I admire his work and I've learned from it, but I can't possibly debate him. That's Andrew Roberts.
Right, but you don't have to be able to debate people to have opinions.
No, you don't have to debate people.
If it's not your thing.
But if you, for instance, if you say, I've decided that Churchill is the bad guy in World War II.
Somebody said.
Neither Carroll nor Cooper said that?
Well, listen, I don't know what Carroll said, but Darryl Cooper's not said that. What he said was he jokes with his friend Jocko, who's an Anglo-Saxon. He jokes with him. I think that Churchill was the secret villain of World War II. And what he's saying is by Churchill.
No, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. He's said multiple times, and Dave Smith has said multiple times, and a lot of people have said multiple times that Churchill is the chief villain of World War II. Now,
exactly.
I understand.
Double down, triple down. Yes.
Yeah. No, this is bullshit, right? And it's engagement bait and clout farming that they do it. It's disingenuous. Nobody really believes that Churchill, other than like a few fucking Nazis or whatever, is the chief villain of World War II. But I do believe that many believe that he is, unfairly lauded as this great person when he isn't. And so I've said similar things about Abraham Lincoln, right? I think Abraham Lincoln is a monster, but I wouldn't say Abraham Lincoln is the chief villain of the Civil War, because I don't believe that, right? I think Abraham Lincoln did a lot of evil, wrong things. But I also obviously don't, but I'm not sitting here being like, and just so you know, just asking questions, maybe that means Jeff Davis wasn't that bad. It's like, no, Jeff Davis is a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, but that doesn't make Abraham Lincoln a good guy by default. He's straight up, like, this idea that it's just a joke with Jocko Willink is bullshit. It's just bullshit.
It's just bullshit. It's bullshit. And we should have an entire stream on this point. This is very important for us libertarians, because what Dave Smith, Daryl Cooper, Joe Rogan are pushing, they're pushing the Marxist view of history of World War II, who was responsible for it. And the idea of the Marxist point of view is to make the West responsible, to make Germany obviously responsible, but also to make the Western capitalists responsible, where, if we do a podcast about this, about people like Viktor Suvorov, and Melnikov and the followers of the Soviet offensive plan controversy, which is a great topic on Wikipedia you can start delving into, we will find out that libertarians have a completely different perspective. Keynesian lies about World War I, about all of this, that's a great stream that we could get into, because libertarians, quote unquote, like Dave Smith, lie about it all the time, and it's a shame. It's shameful.
So hold on. I want to push back a little bit, because I think the idea of a lie is a bit of a controversial thing, because I think most people, when they hear the word lie, most people put that with some level of intentionality to deceive, and I don't think that's necessarily fair for Dave Smith. They're spreading misinformation, or they're spreading half-truths.
Lie, so they're useful idiots for the Marxists, for Keynesians.
Yes, but I just wanted to say that, right? Like, I don't think Dave Smith is like trying to secretly help the Marxist narrative. I think that what he has done is what many people online have done, many figures, is that they find a thing that they want to talk about. Then they go Google the thing they want to talk about. They get talking points that support what it is that they already believe. And then they go and they find dates and events and accounts of it that support the narrative that they believe, and then they Google a few things that other people that are against the thing believe, and they strengthen themselves for a conversation or a debate on it. And this is completely and totally different than somebody that devotes their life to understanding a conflict or to understanding a piece of history. The problem that we have is that there's so much bullshit from those people that do that many people are more likely to flock towards the good communicator that is charismatic, that has done 1/100th of the amount of work of understanding a conflict. And the problem here is, just like with the Israel-Palestine conflict, is that somebody like Dave Smith talked to Scott Horton a couple times and Googled a lot of shit, and he is telling half of a story. And that half of a story is a good story. And he's charismatic and good at telling that story. But it's a lot.
It would have been fine if they debated, and it's incorrect that they have to debate in person. It's incorrect that they have to debate live. What Daryl Cooper and Dave Smith and all the others have to do is to not say, if you make this argument, you're a silly person, you're a joke, which is what they do, and then they block you. That's the issue. They can speak all they want. They just have to engage with the refutations when those happen.
Well, so one thing that I've noticed is this concept of like debate ever since, William F. Buckley's, Crossfire, it has become that the gold standard of debate is a live debate in front of, or maybe not particularly in front of a live audience, but in, to an audience where both people do it in person or, at the very least on camera, right? And do a back and forth. And that's fine. I think that is a gold standard a lot of times for the type of content that I produce. But for hundreds of years in Western history, debates were things that were done. You write a whole book, you write a whole article, and then I write a thing. One of the foundational documents for American history is John Locke's Second Treatise on Government, and it is It's a debate. It's a response to, you know, right? It is a standalone piece, but it is a response to Leviathan. And so this idea that like, oh, I'm not a good debater, whatever. If you're a fucking expert, write a Substack and then don't block the person that says, I have a response to your Substack and here's my response and here's all of the reasons why I think you're wrong, and then engage in that debate by responding to your criticism. And obviously you don't owe it to every person. You know what I mean? No online figure owes it to every fucking person, because it would be impossible to do. But then when there are well-respected people that have, you know, critiques, and you think that they're all full of shit, and you're quoting saying, if you believe this, you're an idiot, like you said, then you owe it to your audience and you owe it to the greater conversation to respond to at least fucking one of them. In a full-blown back and forth, here's why all your debunks are wrong, here's my sources, you don't have to have a live camera debate. I get it, some people are socially awkward, they don't do well in a debate, right? Not everybody wants to walk into a Jay Dyer or a fucking, Jim Bob or Andrew Wilson fucking trap where all they do is interrupt you and say, you know, random shit, and they don't actually engage in good faith in any of the arguments that you make, and they don't answer any of your fucking questions, and then they just be like, oh, define that word, and then the moment you don't give the exact definition that they have, they lambast you for it. I get that not everybody wants to fucking do that. Hell, I don't even want to fucking do that, but I do it sometimes for you guys. But you can write out a written response.
Churchill's actions, the war escalated. He's not saying anything.
He's not just asking questions, then, is he?
No, but my claim isn't that he's just asking questions. He has a point of view.
You can explain this better. He literally says
he
he's
said
joking.
in the comment, he goes, listen, I'm being hyperbolic. And then he once again disclaimed, he goes, and I'm not claiming Churchill committed the most atrocities or was the worst part, but in many ways, I do view him as the chief villain, as my hyperbolic, provocative statement. But
what's
Douglas,
the point of that?
Well,
nobody's saying that. But anyways, I am saying that. And then I'm saying it's hyperbolic. So you're saying nobody's saying that, then you are saying I do believe that, and then you're saying for your third thing is that, well, it's an exaggeration. Okay, which is it? Do you believe it or not believe it? What the fuck are you talking about, Dave Smith? Like, either you believe that this guy's the chief architect and villain of World War II, or you don't. You can't say that nobody is saying that or believes that, then say that you do say and believe that, and then say that it's hyperbolic when you say that. Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. This is a pussy point by Dave Smith. Like, this is him being a coward and wanting to farm the clout and engagement from the rage bait of saying somebody that most people respect in history, which is Churchill. I'm not for good or for bad, right? And you want to say he's the chief villain, and you want to gain that. Like you're kind of just admitting that you're grifting. That you're not interested in truth. You're interested in engagement.
Okay, but Pat Buchanan wrote an entire book on this. Is he not allowed? Is he not an expert? Is he not allowed to be
He's certainly
interviewed?
not an expert. He can be interviewed. I've watched Pat Buchanan debate. I watched Pat Buchanan debate against Churchill historians, and he was absolutely leveled because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
When did Pat Buchanan debate and get leveled?
About 20 years ago.
He
debated against Andrew Roberts and several other historians at Intelligence Squared in London. I was there. He didn't know what he was talking about. He had a contrary view.
Douglas Murray is fucking cooking here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
it's like 20 years ago. I was there.
And that person, wow, that was prepared. Very well done.
And it was interesting and stimulating to hear. But if you only get the contrary view, which is, isn't it fun if we all pretend Churchill was the bad guy of the 20th century, at some point you're going to lead people down a path where they think that's the view. And that's horseshit of the most profound kind.
I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. And the problem is that because your own platform has come about because you're a very successful comedian and much more, and you do ask questions, and you are interested. But there are a lot of people who have come along, partly I think because they've come on this show, who have come along and they've decided, I can play this double game. On the one hand, I'm going to push really edgy and frankly sometimes horrific opinions. And then if you say, that's wrong, they say, I'm a comedian.
Well, wait a minute.
What happened? You tell me I'm just a comedian. I'm just throwing stuff out.
What horrific opinions that's wrong are you talking about specifically?
Once guys like this get into very obvious stuff, which is
guys like Daryl,
the ones I'm describing.
You need to listen to Daryl to really understand what he's. If you take Daryl's words out of context, Daryl has some.
Why is Joe Rogan interrupting when he's asking the question? Like, okay, what views? All right, we'll give him an opportunity to say what those views are.
One of the most nuanced, balanced, and charitable views on all the figures in history.
Going to bat for Daryl, that like glazing him that much is wild to me. He wants balanced and charitable views. What? No. What makes you think that? Just because someone has a counter narrative doesn't mean that their desire is for truth and for balance and for like good faith discussion on something. Right? Like that again, that'd be like me saying, that would be like me being a young earth creationist. And then
you're
being
committing
like,
right now.
Huh?
You're committing to Daryl Cooper refutation stream right now.
It's just silly. It's a silly thing that he's doing here. Like, I'm having a meta conversation about Joe Rogan, Dave Smith, and Douglas Murray and how they're conversing about the subject. Not so much about like whether or not I, think Daryl.
No, I agree.
I mean, like I listen to Marty. What is Marty McBride, or like I listened to his like podcast like right when October 7th happened, because I was like, there was very, because I was, more interested in more opinions. I listened to other people as well, but I listened to like that old podcast about the conflict and the history. And it's very similar to what, Dave Smith and Scott Horton put forward. And then I started listening to fucking Jewish experts. And the one thing that I've learned since October 7th is that there's something very unique about the Gaza and West Bank situation, which is the fog of bullshit and misinformation from both sides is thicker there than in almost any other conflict in the world. That's the one thing. The one thing I learned is that when news or I hear a report about something, about the number of dead civilians or, what happened in a specific attack on a hospital or any of that, is that I know almost unequivocally that no one's opinion on this can be trusted, and that we're going to have to wait 2 months before we get the full story. That's like every time that I hear any of it, it's like Hamas says some numbers and then people are like, oh my God. And then fucking the Jews come out and be like, here's a video clip that they showed and it's from fucking 2012. And it's like, that did not happen at that hospital. And then I'm like, oh, they're fucking lying. And then it'll be like, and they'll be like, but there was terrorists at the bottom of that hospital. And then Hamas will be like, no, there fucking wasn't. And then some journalist somewhere will be like, there were no terrorists in that fucking hospital. There was one dude that they were targeting that like is retired. And then like Israel will be like, yeah, maybe, but there was munition stock. Like, he goes back and forth on the misinformation and disinformation shit, where Israel and the pro-Israel supporters are lying through their fucking teeth, and the terrorists and Hamas and these people are lying through their fucking teeth. And it's like, it almost always takes 2 months to figure out that the truth is somewhere in between what Hamas says and what the Times of Israel says when the thing initially launches. And more often than not, just to be fair, more often than not, Times of Israel has a closer assessment of what actually happened. They're usually both full of shit. There's lies on both sides, but more often than not, it's like, from what I can tell, it's like 70-30 split.
Yeah, I would agree with that finish. That Pallywood lies, again, in any case, 7 out of 3, the chances are that you're getting a Pallywood lie on a topic.
Yeah.
What's interesting is, around the response to October 7th, I was tracking Scott Horton, and he was so careful. It was funny. He was like, they bombed the hospital. Does anyone know if this video is real? Does anyone know if this, is there an expert that can corroborate this? That was his position on Twitter, which was really amusing because most of his supporters were like just blindly eating up the propaganda. Immediately. That gets refuted 3 or 4 months later. Sometimes gets refuted 48 hours later, which is hilarious.
Yeah, so that's the one thing I've learned about this conflict is I just don't trust any breaking news out of that conflict. Period. No matter who it comes from.
I can agree with regards to breaking news because sometimes it takes a while to give like a good response to a particular difficult situation. I would say though that what I've noticed since October 7, that if you have a situation where someone says both sides, then the Palestinian side has by default won. Because it's not the same.
I agree. I kind of agree with you. I am not a both side. I am a both sides person, right? But I also gave like a 70-30 split, right? I do think that, I mean, I'm an anarchist. I don't fucking like Israel. Like, I think it's fucking insane that Israel waited until 2012 to make it for their Supreme Court to decide that using human shields is a violation of rights. Okay, like Israel's done some fucked up shit, and
Can
it's
I
hard to
give
tell
context to your point?
The context for my point? What are you saying?
Yes. The Human Shields Supreme Court justice decision?
Oh, yeah, they punished him. They punished the
No.
soldier.
No,
Go
so
ahead.
basically the army defended this point. So what they did was they would ask someone local to go into a house where they knew that there were terrorists and negotiate with them coming out with their hands up, so no bloodshed was spilled. And the army went to the Supreme Court and they said, look, this tactic
Saves lives.
prevents loss of life. But in the end, the court ruled against it.
Yeah, they were taking kids and local people and having them knock on doors of terrorists. Yeah, I think that's fucked up.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not
That's
the
a
same thing as the
strategy.
Hollywood lies. I don't think it's the same thing as Hollywood lies, where they were making claims that they were strapping kids to vehicles, which was never true. Right? Like,
Yeah,
again, I
point
tend
is-
to side with Israel in a lot of these situations, but I do think that, like, you can't come on to you can't say I'm against nation states and governments are inherently evil and lie and steal and they have you can't come out here and be like, obviously the CIA is a problem because top secret shit in general is a fucking problem, and then be like, but Israel good. Like, no, like Mossad's fucking evil for all the same reasons that the CIA is fucking evil, right? And so, like, that is what keeps me from being pro-Israel, is less about like whether or not there are, all of these governments lie and we catch them in lies all of the fucking time, but the idea that they are equal liars compared to Hamas or Hezbollah or the PLO is fucking wild, because Hezbollah, the PLO, different representatives, Hamas, they are lying 2-3 times as much as Israel is. But you're not going to have me simp for fucking Israel because I'm an anarchist. Fuck Israel as far as a government is concerned, because I'm not a fucking statist. That's my
I would make one exception though. The IDF in this context is a conscript army. So I could technically be drafted if I was still living in Israel. I could be drafted to the army, spend 2 months there, and then go back to my regular life. So people who participate in the IDF could be, taxi drivers, drywall people, handymen, shopkeepers.
It's like 2 years for women and 3 years for men, right?
I mean, after that as well, you could be drafted as a reserve. So the army itself is just normal Israeli people most of the time.
I don't know what that has to do with the discussion that I'm having per se. About
No.
lies.
This is irrelevant. The people who are participating in the high intensity combat units are, and we know this from the analysis of losses, are the professionals. You don't need to even make that point. The issue is that the whole point of using a civilian, it's a separate conversation. Basically, blowing up the house is probably the best option anyway. So I don't know if they should be using this.
He means that metaphorically.
Sometimes
for the record.
Yeah, metaphorically. Blowing up the terrorists inside the house. Yes. So there's this whole idea. I don't think. I think what's important is to analyze each particular case, not to generalize. And I just don't trust the Israeli Supreme Court because they're a bunch of leftist crypto commies. So you don't have to trust the military, but the military tends to do fairly insane stuff, at times, which is kind of amusing. I think they're more. At times, they're more vicious than ethics permit. But at times they're more reserved than ethics allow.
I mean, they invented a specific fucking bomb in Israel, knocking the roof, right? Like, they invented that tactic specifically. So the idea that the Israel is like like there are times where they are certainly they're bad, right? But I also want to point out too, just like
the roof knocking.
Let's take out Israel. Let's make these not Israel. Okay, like let's just pretend I'm gonna set up a hypothetical that isn't Israel. Okay, and just take away all of our preconceptions. When you have a nation state that is having consistent conflicts with with another group, another demographic group in their domain, under their control, and that group lies and lies and lies and lies, I think there is something to be said about the incentive for the nation state itself to get away with more lies. And because when you have another group that always lies, we know that nation states lie whenever they can get away with it. This is true of America. This is true of Russia. This is true of any country. They constantly, like the UK. Look at how much they lied about Rotherham, right? When they are incentivized to lie to gain public support or to cover up their own dirty deeds, because nation states do dirty deeds constantly. And when your entire population knows that in the specific conflict, the other side are constantly lying about everything, I think this creates fertile ground for the nation state to lie more often than would other nation states, because the population that aren't in that, Hamas, PLO, whatever, are kind of like hardened against the lies of Hollywood. So I think you probably see more lies just because of that.
I understand the theoretical. I would add a layer to this. I think that there are about 1,500 UN organization, human rights organization, and add to that journalists that are like hawks to whatever Israel says. Now, I can agree.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, Like
I can agree
every little lie they tell gets highlighted in a way that other nation states kind of get away with it, and people forget it.
Yeah, now I can agree that politicians lie and bend the truth, but Israel does have its own standard of scrutiny from other parts of the world.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of all of those factors. No univariate analysis ever makes sense in things like this, right? You always have to take in that there are multiple push and pulls that exist in when you're talking about sociology or geopolitics or anything like that. All right,
the main problem for libertarians about that conflict, which I don't know if we'll get to it here in this podcast if they will reach that point. The main problem is that there is an assumption among some libertarians that human rights, the right for property, the right for ownership, is just like God-given, sort of a Lockean perspective on humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But contemporary libertarian legal analysis and the reality of quote-unquote rights in the world is that it's a reciprocal concept, meaning it only exists when you participate. And the trouble for most of Pallywood is that they openly oppose it. In fact, they mock the neoliberal regimes for giving them rights, which they have no intention of reciprocating. Which is
the idea of it's like the idea of you can say, oh, it's a God-given right, but the moment that why is it that self-defense is allowed? And the reason self-defense is allowed is because the other person is communicating via their actions that they're not playing your game. And so long, and the game in question is ethics. And so this idea, the problem with like this Lockean perspective is that like all of these people that are innocents, it's like, okay, the women and children are, the children are obviously innocents. The people that are not fighting are obviously, we have to default that they're innocents if they're not fighting until we know otherwise. But when someone, a communist, a terrorist, whatever, right? Like, let me give you an example. I want to be very careful because I'm on YouTube. But when Hassan Piker interviews a Houthi terrorist and finishes the interview with, "We support you," he has communicated he is not playing the game of ethics. He doesn't deserve rights anymore. Now, because he hasn't acted, he could say at any moment, dude, that was for content. That was for stream. He's communicated he's a liar and not to be trusted, but he hasn't. But he can argue for his rights. The moment Hassan Piker picks up a gun, it doesn't matter what he argues. It doesn't matter if he says, I believe in rights. He's got the gun pointed at me. And this concept that I can't do something to the guy who has a gun pointed at me is horrendous. It's pacifism. It is a belief in the destruction of your own bloodline and a belief in the destruction of ethics, because you're saying it is wrong to fight back.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this is spot on. And I have a more vicious sort of theory. I think that intent and manifesting intent is all that matters, which is what you got close to. When people like Hassan say those things, up to the point where they recant, they're actually aggressing. They have performed classical legal assault.
Stop. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but you're getting very close to TOS. Which is,
yes.
You see what I'm saying? You get where I'm going. It's not that I necessarily disagree with you, but that you have to be careful about whether or not you're justifying violence against people that have not committed violent acts.
Only in Minecraft.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. That in Minecraft joke thing is funny, and it was a thing that you could get away with on like Twitch back in the day, but it's not really a thing anymore. Stacy, what do you three think of the anti-Hamas protests in Gaza? There's
a anti-Hamas protest. People there are getting sick and tired of the way Hamas is handling the conflict. There is obviously the pressure from Donald Trump saying that he will take over the Gaza Strip and will basically lose everything. Similarly, the Palestinian Authority are saying for Hamas to put down the weapons, because if they want to rule Gaza, and if Donald Trump takes it over, or Gaza will be, given to someone else, then they can't rule it. I think that the people there are facing obviously great difficulty, because Hamas will brutally get revenge on them, and they have killed some of the leaders of the demonstration. Mm-hmm. That said, I would say to some degree, a lot of the people there, they celebrated when October 7th happened, and they're still like ideologically in the same idea, but they're upset with how Hamas has pragmatically led them down this path where they're going to lose their homes and the land that they're on.
Yep,
spot on. Yeah. I couldn't say anything any better without just filling up space for no reason. So let's get back to it.
Well, particularly Hitler, it seems.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. He doesn't. What did he call him? How did he describe him?
I think he compared him to a methed-out psychopath who was holding an entire nation of people hostage, I believe was the way
He also
put
said
it.
on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
Again, this is,
No, he said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany. Was his argument.
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, there's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why?
Yeah, that's a lie. I mean, did he get more anti-Semitic as the war went on and get a little bit more unhinged? Yeah, sure. But you know what I mean? Like if you look at Hitler's speeches, which by the way, always funny that it's you don't find too many English translations of them. I always find that a little bit weird. But if you look at them, leading up to World War II, it's more economic. Right, but he's still anti-Semitic throughout all of it, right? Capitalism is a Jewish invention, blah blah blah. But his discussions are more economically focused, right? About how getting rid of the Jews. He has a whole speech, before World War II, where he talks about how the media was run by Jews. And about how he started walking the streets and seeing people and going, is this a German? is this what a German looks like? And like it talks about the birth of his anti-Semitism and like how he began to wake up to the fact that Jews weren't Germans. And he talks about, because he's very obsessed with media, he talks about how you know, there would be these degenerate Jews that would, you know, always err on the side of degeneracy, always, like it was like it's like I thought they were these impartial journalists and I somewhat respected them, but then I realized that all they wanted was like the destruction of German cultures, because they would pretend that they were, you know, against both sides, but they would always err on the side of you know, degeneracy, always err on the side of like their money and their power, etc. Like he has a whole speech dedicated to anti-Semitism before like and about his birth of anti-Semitism and how he began to hate Jews and how he began to realize that they weren't Germans, right? Like, and to be fair, it's a powerful speech, even if you're not a fucking racist. It's a like it is he is clearly drumming up a hatred of Jews, you know, at the interpersonal level, right? It's no longer about, oh, these Jewish institutions, right? It is about the man walking down the street is not a German. By virtue, you can just look at his face and you can tell that he's not one of us and he doesn't belong. Which is, I'm not to excuse, you know, hating institutions that are run by Jews or whatever, but it goes from systemic racial kind of things to the interpersonal hatred of the individual Jew that may have nothing to do with any of this by nature of them just being a Jew, right? Like it is a wildly inaccurate and stupid thing to say that Hitler was like downplaying anti-Semitism before World War II. It's just that he got increasingly unhinged during World War II. Like that's like those are two totally different things.
In the 30s, yes, leading up to the war. It's funny how we could like, I almost called it woke right, but then I caught myself. Actually, Hitler is on the left, so it's woke left all the way. It's really amusing to even have this point where he didn't recant any of his previous writing. He recanted nothing. So the point is absolutely mute. The other thing is, you know, there's a clip of Hodge twins and Candace Owens and others. They listen to Hitler's speeches translated by AI into English, and they're like, oh, wow, nationalism based, you know, this guy is saying so many things that make so much sense. And they're right. His speeches make sense. There's sense to them. The problem is, why are you looking at the speeches? You have his policies. You have a decade of his policies. He was a socialist. He was centralizing the economy. He was doing the opposite of what he's talking about.
We can do the same thing with Obama. Like Obama's speeches are fucking phenomenal. That doesn't mean that Obama's presidency was this beautiful thing just because his fucking speeches were, number one. But then number two, yeah, anybody that glazes Andrew Tate is an automatic everything you say, I just fucking consider you to be a grifting piece of shit loser liar. Like if you're glazing Andrew Tate in 2025, you're just a piece of shit grifter, and you're too stupid to see that Andrew Tate's is not long for being a popular figure on the right.
You can interchange Obama and Bernie Sanders speeches. Just change the subjects a little bit, and you'll have the same format, the same structure. You won't be able to tell which said what.
Well, it's you know, Sargon of Akkad used to have Sargon of Akkad used to have this really fun thing he did, you know, back in like Gamergate days, where he would take quotes and he would just say, "Is this Daily Stormer or is this a quote by journalists?" And then he would just like, and he would if you took out blacks, Jews, and you just like left those sections that identified the demographic, you would have no idea whether or not it was, you know, far right Nazis or leftist socialists. And it's like, there's something there, right? Like what I tend to think of is like this idea of woke right is nonsense, because the woke right, like Nazism, you know, socialism, Nazism, fascism, you know, third way, positionalism, all of these like supposedly right-wing ideologies, they're just socialism with the pointy hat. Like that's all they are. Like it's like they're exactly like leftist policies, but they have a veneer of like extreme, versions and tainted, corrupted forms of like right-wing cultural values. Like they're just not different. They're not. You don't get to call these right-wing movements. They're not. All right, I'm going to continue.
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was, and so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see
Okay, I
what
think
he's
you're
doing.
strong-manning him, I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down church.
I don't think you downplay Hitler.
Whatever way they
Hitler.
No, I said in conversations with you and others, this is the shtick of these guys. They've decided it's edgy and funny, and I think this is very, very interesting and also very dangerous because we live in an era now that the right has got some mojo back in America. We saw years of crazy left overreach where they tried to make us all say the craziest things. And completely predictably, there are now figures on...
I don't know how bad this gets, but like I am coming off more on Douglas Murray's side than I thought I would. Compared to like what I saw from people on Twitter and things like that, the reaction to this versus this opening, I have some critiques of Douglas Murray and like the way that he's doing it, but he's completely right. I mean, and to deny this is honestly like it exposes the grift. The idea that like you're going to deny that people like this are drumming up anti-Semitism for clicks and views and engagement, and that this doesn't have bad downstream consequences for our culture and society. Like, dude, just go on Twitter. Just go on Twitter, and you will see hordes of potentially Indian accounts, like who fucking knows if they're even fucking Americans, but you will see hordes of people that are like Hitler was right. You're seeing young blonde girls now right, doing TikTok dances in front of swastikas because it's the new cool thing.
The Indians are actually back in Israel because they have a problem with Pakistan and Islamists. So
no,
Indians are
when I say
Indians are on the other side.
No, when I say Indians, I mean just people that are saying whatever to get engagement so they can get the Twitter payout day. There are a lot of accounts in poor countries, India being one of them, where they have gamified viral content through engagement baiting, grifting. They're on Discord servers where there's hundreds of them, and they have bots where they automatically fucking respond to everyone in the Discord server's tweets and vice versa, so that they can artificially make tweets go viral, just for the sake of getting the engagement, so that they can get the Twitter buyouts. Like, dead internet theory has become very real, especially on Twitter, because it's a system where it's very easy to get paid.
On the right, playing with really dark and ugly stuff on their side.
I agree
and
with
they
that.
are mainstreaming
I don't
this,
think
and I
Daryl's
think it's
doing
partly being mainstreamed by the two people I just described. And both of you have kept speaking to these people, and you don't get on the historians who know about this. And that's just alarming to me.
Well, can I just say, because I kind of do agree with part of what you said there. Like, I do think it is true that almost as a reaction to like the woke insanity that we've seen on the left, and I think nobody's been a more effective critic of that than you. I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has embraced racialism and is dangerous and not a good path.
Yeah, and
to
now
go
they're
down.
flirting with Holocaust denial and Hitler, and absolving Hitler of blame and much more.
I think you're wrong to include Daryl in that group. Now, the other thing, I'm sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. People that I've had conversations with have downplayed the Holocaust. Well, who are the two guys?
I just told you, Cooper and the other.
Ian Carroll.
I think there is something fair to say that like every link in a chain isn't necessarily the same as what is at the end of the chain. But at the same time, if you are irresponsible about the things that you say and you are doing this just asking questions fucking shtick, that there is something to be said. As much as I hated left-wing conspiracy theorists, like, all the major news publications about like people following a YouTube right-wing rabbit hole, when all of the data actually shows us is the exact opposite, that YouTube funnels and promotes left-wing content, and most people that go down a rabbit hole end up on like, philosophy tube and shit like that, as opposed to going down a quote-unquote right-wing rabbit hole. There is something to be said about people that are just asking questions, because when you are just asking questions, it leads people to want answers to those questions. So they go in the next logical step, which is the person that is answering those questions. You know what I mean? So like when you have people that are just casting subversion and doubt on the narrative with bullshit and misinformation, and some things that are, not necessarily, that are fair, and that percentage of whatever is fair leads them to believe that these people have are the good guys. that they're telling a narrative, but that they can't speak. We can't criticize Israel. We can't criticize the Jews. That's why I have to just ask questions, and I'll get banned. And then they go find somebody, that is answering those questions. Like I remember back in the day, a popular podcast that eventually got kicked off of YouTube and went to wasn't Rumble, it was BitChute, right? Was Red Ice TV. Do you guys remember Red Ice TV? Like they were the guys. It's like nobody found Red Ice TV in their algorithm, but they found people that were just asking questions. And then when they wanted those questions answered, they'd go to Red Ice TV, and Red Ice TV would let you know that like the white race is inherently good and that black people have like a warrior gene that makes them fucking commit crimes. And, like all of the crazy shit that you're like, what the fuck? Right? Nobody goes directly to Red Ice TV. Nobody starts there, right? They start at these people that muddy all of the waters. And part of that is, without a doubt, the left wing and our institution's fault for being heavily biased in one direction and full of bullshit. But I do think that there is some truth. This idea that you deny that there's any connection between people that like paint it like, well, I'm just asking questions. Like our whole view of Hitler is full of propaganda. And, actually he wasn't even really anti-Semitic until the war was going on, and, all of this bullshit. And then you go find somebody that's going to tell you how based Hitler was. Like that does happen. And like, they're not necessarily the same people, but they are part of that chain. They are part of that growing movement. And you can't, like people don't just magically go to Hitler was based, right? They go to people that are just asking questions, and then they go to Hitler was based. Fabian is 87% based. Cooper never said that. Jesus H. Christ, you're doing the exact same thing Murray is doing. Listen, I haven't listened to every podcast by fucking Daryl Cooper, so I don't know everything. Like, I'm not saying I'm claiming him specifically is doing that. I mean, okay, your claim is, listen, your claim, Douglas Murray's claim is, as I'm reacting to it, is that he said that. And then the two people that have had multiple conversations with him are not refuting that. You're in my chat refuting that. But I'm watching Douglas Murray say he said that he wasn't anti-Semitic, and then two different people that have had conversations with him are not refuting that. So it's not really on me when I'm having a meta conversation about people in that domain, right? That I'm saying that this is a problem, and I've seen other things that I think are a problem. It's not on me to then live fact check a thing that both of the people that have had multiple conversations with this person aren't fact checking. So no, that's not a straw man, Dave. That's not Dave straw manning. That's Douglas Murray straw manning. That's Douglas Murray lying. And if you have evidence that that's a lie, like let me know, right? Like if you have some tweet or something you want to put in chat, or you want to link to me in Discord where like Daryl Cooper comes out and says, I never said that he wasn't anti-Semitic, this is a lie, like where he's responded to this in some way, like let me know. But if he's going to say something, I don't have perfect knowledge of the world, but if he's going to say something and two people that have had conversations with him don't refute the thing he says, I'm going to take it as that probably is true. I don't know for a fact that it's true, and that's why I'm not saying Daryl Cooper is this evil thing. I'm talking about a meta conversation about a whole group of people that do things like this. So that's my response to you in chat.
I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have podcasted with Daryl Cooper once, and he absolutely did not downplay any of the Nazi atrocities at all. And I think that if we're zooming out here a little bit, maybe this is kind of part of the disconnect.
Right. So he's saying he didn't downplay the Nazi atrocities, but he's not saying that he didn't make the claim that Hitler was downplaying his own anti-Semitism until the war was already started.
Broadly speaking, in American culture, the idea that it has not been driven into people enough that the Nazis were bad and that Adolf Hitler he is literally the modern devil. He is much more so than the actual devil. Adolf Hitler is what's viewed as the most evil thing, to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian, he's a soup Nazi. Right. Everyone.
This is kind of a dumb point because like he is the devil. He is absolutely evil. The problem is that we don't have a similar opinion of communists. Not that we ought soften our opinion of Hitler or something, or like, you know what I mean? Like the feeling that Hitler is absolutely evil is a perfectly valid and right opinion. It's just that he is specifically singled out, and that has led to doubt to the problem of whether or not Hitler actually is evil. It's actually the opposite, right? The problem is that we ought have the same opinion of Stalin, we ought to have the same opinion of Trotsky, and we ought to have the same opinion of Lenin, and we ought to have the same opinion of Mao, and we ought to have the same opinion of Pol Pot, which, to be fair, I think we do, and Che Guevara, and all of these other figures, right? And so when we have a specific targeted hatred towards the Nazis that we don't have towards others, it creates doubt on whether or not whether or not there's something going on here. But the problem isn't that we hate Hitler too much or anything like that. I think when we have that biased take where Hitler is this special kind of evil, as opposed to just that it creates this avenue for people to the just asking questions crowd, right? To be like, was he really evil? When the answer is yes, he was really evil. Yes, horrible, without a doubt.
One was Hitler. The left called George Bush Hitler, and they called Obama Hitler, and they called Trump Hitler. Every single enemy that we've gone to war with always called Hitler. Saddam Hussein's the new Hitler. Muammar Gaddafi's the new Hitler. Putin's the new Hitler. It is so the idea that like we haven't driven into people enough that Adolf Hitler was a really bad guy.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying just as the left likes to play with very dark, ugly stuff, and they've done it for decades. They have played down Chairman Mao's murder of the Chinese throughout his era in power. They played down Stalin. They still march on occasions with posters of Lenin. They've spent decades trying to do down evils that were done on their side. I would suggest that one of the things that is going on at the moment is, despite, or maybe because of what you just described, there are movements now on the right in America, subcultures, including people who follow both of you, who
all right, Douglas Murray's just saying what I said. All right.
Who are very interested in playing with this absolute beyond the pale thing. Why somebody like Jake Shields wants to play around with Holocaust denial? Why?
I can't answer for Jake Shields. I don't know.
Why do you think?
I have no idea. I think a lot of people get captured by audience capture.
Captured by their audience.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You get a lot of positive reinforcement from a bunch of twisted people.
Well, it's also, there's something about, Michael Malice had that great line. He goes, when you take the red pill, you're supposed to take one.
So they're grifters. That's like they get captured by their audience is like a really nice way of saying they're a grifting, lying piece of shit. Now, granted, audience capture is the mechanism by how people end up becoming grifting, lying pieces of shit, but like that's what it is. Like I noticed this happened to me. Like I took a break when I was moving to my new apartment, where I noticed because I took a break that I was more friendly to right-wing content and opinions on panels and things of that nature, more friendly than I ought be with Republicans, because a majority of my audience was Republican voters. Like most of you guys are not ANCAPs. Most of you guys are Republicans. And I realized that I was tempering myself from going too hard against Donald Trump or too hard against other things because it was an easier avenue for me to gain an audience. It was subconscious. But so I do think audience capture is kind of a thing, and that it's important for content creators to sometimes take a break and to like look at the arguments they're making and their principles and look at and see if that is happening to them. So I mean so there is something fair about that to a certain degree, but also there are lines you start crossing where like you don't need that much time and thought away from your audience to be like, do I really believe in the Holocaust? You know what I mean? Like there's certain parts where it's like, come on, fucking you're getting trashed over there. You be careful, Kasimir. I see you getting quiet.
On and not swallow the whole bottle. Yes. And I think there's like this dynamic. What happens is, and of course, people know the red pill is the analogy from the Matrix. The idea that you wake up to realizing that so much of the stuff you believed was bullshit propaganda and it's all lies. And this is.
You're saying most of my people are ANCAP now, but I'm telling you, like 6 months ago, I had a fairly large contingent of like libertarian leaning people, and I changed my content, and it changed my audience. Most of my active chatters are ANCAP and have always been ANCAP. But you guys got to understand, you guys that are chatting in chat, where you see these same names every time, it's like 10 of you. And then there's like 30 lurkers. And those 30 lurkers change. They're interchangeable because they're not committed to being near every stream. And that's fine. Like I love you guys, the guys that watch sometimes and don't watch other times. But there's a lot of Like there's a lot of people that are liberty-minded Republicans that aren't ANCAPs that don't want to get in chat and don't want to be in a fucking debate about libertarianism in the chat because they said something, but they're still interested in learning about libertarianism or that type of thing. And you guys, I think often creators, but especially the audience, forget that like chat is not representative of the actual audience. You're representative of the audience that is hyper supportive. And that is usually a different type of viewer than most of the viewers.
This is a real danger.
I'm going to propose something radical, which is something that you have never done before, a skip.
Okay, where should I
I'm
skip?
proposing a skip. I have no idea. But
Philosophical Zombie Hunter. You said it's about 40 minutes?
Like 40 minutes, yeah, and it's the same thing.
Okay, all right. So we'll go to the 40-minute mark because I don't feel like dealing with all this. I'm with you.
Let's trust the YouTube algorithm and the majority timeline.
Yeah, well, it seems that there's a spot right here, but it goes audio only for a second.
That's a commercial, I think.
30 plus hours of podcasting. You do that in a week.
UFC 314 is headed to South.
Oh, it's a fucking ad.
It's very different. He's not doing a podcast like talking to people.
Okay, nor is he doing scholarly work, nor is he working in the archives. Come on. I mean, he is not the historian of our era.
He's not claiming to be.
This is the thing, Joe. This is like punching jelly.
No, but you don't consume his work.
Well, I'm saying because I don't need to consume endless versions of a revisionist history. I understand.
But it's not revisionist history. If you listen to his work, it's not revisionist history. He's basing it on historical work.
Yeah, I know. But okay, so this is my point about jelly. It's a shape-shifting thing. Comedian or historian?
He's not a comedian.
Historian or podcast? Would-be historian or actual historian? You say he doesn't claim to be a historian, but he's pumping out tens of hours of
But neither
history.
does Dan Carlin. He doesn't claim to be a historian either.
You see my point about the move? It's like some weird jiu-jitsu move where you say, hang on, you know all about this as well. You say, I'm not a historian, but I'm going to spend my time talking about history. I'm not a journalist, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to spend my time talking about this thing. It's a weird move, yeah?
No.
You don't think?
No, I'm a free American. I can talk about
You
what I
can
like
talk about
to.
what you want.
What's the
I've
point
noticed
here?
you can. But
I'm a free American. There's a comedy bit by oh god, I can't remember his name. He was a Asian, is all I really remember about him. He's like half Korean, half white guy. And he says like a lot of times he doesn't want to get in political debates. And like so when people ask him a question or something, he just goes, his response, he just goes, what I say is, last time I checked, this was America. And then I walk away. And then they don't notice until later that I didn't actually give any type of argument. Is like there's a joke about that response specifically about how it is a complete I'm a free American. I say whatever I want. Like you're dismissing the argument in its entirety, but just by saying, yeah, you have freedom of speech. Nobody's saying you don't have freedom of speech.
But we all can. The point is, what are you pushing? What are you watering?
What
Why?
am I pushing?
Yes.
Liberty, free markets, peace, prosperity, not getting in another stupid catastrophic war, which we're on the precipice of right now. That's what I'm pushing.
What are we on the precipice of?
Well, I think weren't you just talking about it the other day? Everyone I hear on the inside says we're about to attack Iran. I think you just said something about that the other day. Am I wrong about that? I thought I saw in one of your interviews that you did.
No. That doesn't mean we are on the verge of a war. I mean, you keep referring to we being in wars. There's a very big difference between a country having a military that's engaged and a country being at war. This country has not been at war for 25 years. You have not been fighting for the American homeland for 25 years.
Yes, we haven't. That's true. We haven't had a war on our shores. We've been picking on third world countries halfway around the world.
Well, you haven't been randomly picking on them. In Afghanistan, you went...
I didn't say it was random.
Yeah, right, okay. It wasn't like you suddenly decided to bomb again Myanmar or something. You went to Afghanistan to find bin Laden and take revenge for 9/11 and stop an attack like that happening again on the American homeland. That is very different from a country being at war.
Ugh, it's such bullshit. Oh God. Oh, I'm so glad I skipped ahead to watch Dave Murray just fucking say nonsense. We went to Afghanistan to find bin Laden. Yeah, I'm sure that's why the fucking, all of the soldiers were ordered not to damage the poppy fields. It was because the poppy fields were helping us find bin Laden. Like, get the fuck out of here. Most of the time that we're in the Middle East to protect the USD as the reserve currency for trading oil. And the way that we do that is that we make sure the power players are in power that we want. Like the state cocksucking is fun. Just for the record, people say this all the time, right? They say that like we fight wars for oil. I just want to add, that's what they mean, right? We don't mean... When people say that, they're not saying they're fighting a war so that we can get literal oil. What they're saying is that there's about $2.4 trillion in money out there that is used to trade oil. throughout the whole world. And if America loses its power in Africa to some extent, but in the Middle East especially, and we're no longer the power player, and people don't really need to do much trading with us because we're not the ones that decide whether or not a country's, specific regime is the one in power, then OPEC Plus might as well just trade in yuan or another currency. Now, currently our currency is stable enough to where they don't care, but that isn't necessarily true. Like, our currencies, our inflation, our debt, these are problems. And if we don't fight those wars, if we just let the Middle East do its thing and they decide to use a different currency, well, that $2.4 trillion will make its way back into the American economy. And if you understand that inflation is just an increase in the money supply, if a $2.4 trillion just comes back into the American money supply, you're talking about insane levels of inflation, right? Like, so we're not necessarily fighting so that we can get like some oil and then we capture that oil as property and then we sell that oil. Like, we're trading, like, we're fighting so we can maintain a power in the region so that oil throughout the world gets traded using our currency so that we gain money by the virtue of that to maintain our economic system. Why do I have a gay flower on your arm? It's a cityscape and a white lotus. It's like a weird fucking tattoo I got when I was 19 that is like about like a balance between human progress and nature, and that the two are dependent upon each other. That you can't destroy all of nature and continue to have human progress, but also that human progress is birthed in nature. That it's both pro-environmentalist and anti-environmentalist. I was like 19. It's like, it's not something I would get now, but yeah, it is gay.
It is gay.
Yeah, it is a gay tattoo. But guess what? I can't undo my tattoos, so it just is what it is. Sounds communist? Yeah, at the time I was like, I don't think I was communist when I got this tattoo. But I was a lot closer to communist than anything else at the time.
Yeah, but that's a total mischaracterization of the war in Afghanistan. It's one thing to say that might be an accurate characterization of the special operations mission in late 2001, but then we thought a 20-year.
Yes, I could pay to have tattoo removal and have a big scar on my arm, but it still kind of looks cool, so fuck off.
Of the war in Afghanistan. It's one thing to say that might be an accurate characterization of the special operations mission in late 2001, but then we thought a 20-year regime change war against the Taliban.
Because you got dragged into the quicksand of war.
Yes. Okay, fine, but I thought it wasn't a war. Like, I don't get
No, I
your
said it
argument.
was a war. It's your use of we, as if you're personally like suffering this war.
Yeah,
you're
yes, when I say we,
we're taxpayers,
implied,
so we
okay.
pay for it. Okay, fine.
What do you mean? Yeah, we're suffering when we spend, what was it, $2.9 trillion on the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and that's just like in direct cost, much less like the financial cost of, killing hundreds of thousands of people and, what that money could have done in the economy elsewhere. Like, yeah, we're suffering. We're not suffering the same way someone that, loses their fucking husband in a drone bomb is suffering, but like we are at war.
Corrected you on every time you've used the term we to refer to your government or something like that. Like, if I were to say, oh, we just imposed tariffs on China, would you point out that I didn't and it was the Trump administration?
You take it obviously very personally, and that's your right to do so, of course. I'm just trying to make sure we're accurate here.
What do you think I'm taking personally?
Just that, the American wars.
Sure, yeah. I think they've killed hundreds of thousands of people and cost my country $8 trillion and degraded my country very much.
And there's a very good argument to make on that. I'm still slightly bemused about this move from I'm an expert on this and I have views to I'm a comedian.
I've never claimed to be an expert on anything.
This is the problem, Joe. I mean, if somebody says
you have to claim to be an expert on something to have an opinion on something.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be. But
So
this is like, I'm not a historian, but I'm pumping out history.
But
I'm not an expert, but I'm talking all the time about
But
this.
you're not
thing.
even talking about specifically on what he just said.
No, I'm saying this is my point about this. You say I'm not an expert.
So what's the solution? To not talk about it?
No, it's to have more experts around.
No, the expert class hasn't done a great job.
I know,
This is follow the science.
absolutely,
Yeah, but you know what?
I agree with that. I just said to you, I agree with that.
I know,
But one of
Douglas,
the problems
during
is-
all of COVID, I will put my track record against any of the expert class on COVID. I'm glad to do that. So should I just shut up?
That's kind of a good point. You can shake your head. That's kind of a good point from Dave Smith, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's a deflection from the actual argument, which is you're not an expert, but you're speaking authoritatively. And I find that has problems when it comes to the current conflict. And yet, at the same time, yeah, like the experts on COVID were fucking batshit insane. And, it was that free kind of idea that, people were able to have conversations and were able to have a platform beyond the experts. I mean, I think this is kind of a discussion that's as old as time, or maybe not as old as time, but at least as certainly as old as On Liberty, right? By oh my God, who wrote On Liberty? Why can I not think of his name? The consequentialist, Enlightenment, or maybe post-Enlightenment.
Let's be Let's be critical here, though. It's 40 minutes in an interview which Douglas Murray is supposed to present his book, and we skipped 40 minutes, and
still on this?
We have not missed anything, which means Douglas Murray is losing. Honestly, he is losing. Why? Why? Because 40 minutes have been spent of his podcast. No knockdown argument has been made. That's horrible. That's a horrible track record for him. It means his strategy was a failure. It means he was doing it wrong. It means he didn't have the right traps. So I'm sorry, but even though we can support his view, even if we support his point of view, I think that he could have prepared a quicker. At least we can criticize him for being absolutely inefficient. The fact that the point was not dropped 40 minutes in means his arguments were weak. They came out as complaints. They didn't come out strong enough.
I don't disagree with that. Right? I'm just reacting to it. I'm just reacting to the argument itself as opposed to the meta conversation about whether or not he's winning the debate. I agree with you on that. That's kind of all I was getting at, right? I skipped ahead so that we could get to the next phase of the discussion. So maybe we can actually talk about the content to some degree.
And we haven't. It's 40 minutes in on the time clock.
Shut up by opposing lockdowns, opposing vaccine mandates, and talk about the argument at the time. That's the entire argument that you're making. Let the experts handle this.
No.
You're not an expert.
You're wildly not listening to what I'm saying. I think you have to take. I think we should agree, perhaps, on the following: that one major thing can break down in front of your eyes, or many major things.
Well, I think let's talk about the COVID thing for just a second. Vinay Prasad would have been an expert to bring on. I think that's the counter example to this conversation, right? Vinay Prasad, an epidemiologist, an oncology researcher, highly, I think it was over 5,000 citations. He might have over 10,000 now because of some of the meta-analyses he did on COVID. But the entire time he was a very level-headed, expert in epidemiology that was where is the data that supports masking children? Where is the data that supports these situations? What we're seeing about the vaccine seems to show that young males are not, it's counterintuitive to give this vaccine to young males, especially between the ages of 12 and 30. Without having to be you can bring on experts to discuss these things, and it's our failure during COVID to have those types of experts in that conversation. That's not the same thing as I was better than the mainstream media's conversation about these topics. Duh. But at the same time, I got a lot of flack. I talked a lot about COVID, and I got a lot of flack from people that were like, you're not a fucking expert. So what did I do? I read and I read and I read and I read so that I could know more and more and more about it because I was worried that I was saying bullshit. And I talked to people like fucking, Corey Campbell, who had more scientific knowledge about this. I talked to, other scientists that worked in the field. So, I mean, both sides kind of have a point here. This is getting boring.
And it does not mean that every single one of the sewer gates should be lifted. Okay?
Yeah, I get that.
But
Right.
who's saying it should be?
I'm saying this is a chatter on what is part of our side at the moment, is that a lot of the sewer gates are being lifted, sometimes by people who know that they're doing it, sometimes by people who don't, sometimes by people who say, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Douglas didn't make a point on the conflict at all? Do you mean there's no point about the conflict in this entire podcast?
But at the very least, there's
no,
some
they talk about the
hygiene
conflict.
should be required.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
he also makes a joke about libertarians, by the way.
Let's have a bit of hygiene on our own side, not lift every sewer gate.
Yeah, everybody makes jokes about libertarians. It's the whole left punching down thing. It's just easy for them.
So you mean the right wing broadly speaking?
Broadly speaking, and I'm sort of funny about libertarians. I'm never quite sure. I always think I think libertarians are essentially the bisexuals of politics. They should just choose, Joe. They should choose. It's kind of they just want everything at the buffet.
It's very funny. Well, I think we want something. I don't know.
Yeah, I had heard that before. It's a It's a joke. Like, there's no reason for me to dissect this joke. It doesn't even make sense if you're a libertarian.
Okay, that's a weird way to put it, but I get your point. All right, well, I mean, I don't know. Look, I mean, essentially, I just don't, maybe there's something I'm missing here. But if your argument is that, like, you're saying I claim to be an expert, but then I have, like, a parachute to get out of it by being like, hey, I'm just a comedian who's just saying this. But I don't think I've ever, like, really claimed to be an expert. I
Why
have
are you going
opinions on
around? I know,
things.
but
Because I'm
you're
interested in
not-
these topics.
Yeah, I know, but isn't it weird to go around, for instance, I mean, let's get to the last year. It's a bit weird to be simultaneously saying I'm not an expert on a conflict and talking about it everywhere.
I don't think so. Not really. I mean, I don't know. I don't think, like, I don't see how you
Do
can
you
have
talk about these things?
Which things?
All these things that we're talking about.
Some of them, yeah.
Are you an expert?
I am on some, yes.
On some,
But
but
you're
not.
something you're not an expert on.
You'll
Right,
notice
so
that
what should you do? What should you do if those subjects get breached?
Well, I think that you educate yourself as much as you
Shouldn't
can.
you say I'm not an expert and then give your opinion if you're in the middle of a conversation?
As I say, I think that it's a weird move to say I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to talk about it nonstop. I think that is true.
Listen, I will certainly concede that I am weird. So I'm not disagreeing with you. It's weird that I'm as obsessed with all this stuff as I am. I mean, like, okay, I'm a weird guy. I tell jokes at nightclubs and then get obsessed with politics and monetary policy and, like, okay, fine. But I just, like, fundamentally disagree with this idea that, which I really do think is quite anti-democratic in spirit and quite, elitist, that there's an...
Why would you give a fuck if it's anti-democratic? You fucking libertarian. Oh no, it's anti-democratic. What?
Pop is rolling, and he's not even in his grave.
You're right. Like, whatever. Like, I think he's being bitchy for 40 minutes. He's being bitchy, and it sounds like he's mad that, like, no names are a part of a conversation that he's not a part of. Like, that's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it sounds like when you bitch for 45 minutes about, like, trust the experts. People are sick of hearing from the experts, and that's a failure of many of the experts. But I do also think that, like, I think
strong argument.
You should have made this argument for 5 minutes, and then you should have showcased through an actual conversation why your lack of expertise is a problem. You don't need to bitch about the meta conversation about expertise. Just showcase why you're full of shit because you're not knowledgeable on the conflict. And if he is knowledgeable on the conflict and he does have counter arguments and sources for everything, well, then guess what? It doesn't matter whether apparently his expertise is good enough to combat whatever it is that you're saying. And if not, then showcase it. It's really that simple.
So just looking at the transcript and the video, we're looking at 1 hour and 22 minutes when they start talking about Israel.
Okay, well, we'll skip to that. All right. We'll go to 1 hour and we'll go to 1 hour and 19.
Not in Egypt.
I'm glad you joined me in my dislike of the House of Sour.
Okay, fine. But look, it does attack...
I was worried for a moment there.
Yeah, but it does attack your central point there. That it's like, no, I'm sorry. Like, see, this is my beef. My beef isn't ever with talking about the corruption or the evil things that other governments do. What I don't like is this whitewashing over our own corruption and the evil things that are... The idea that America, we have a history of just standing with the people because we love democracy so much. No, we use that as an excuse when we think it's in our strategic advantage. We will overthrow democratically elected governments with no problem, which, by the way, Yanukovych was democratically elected with elections verified by the EU. But I'm not denying any of those kids had agency, and I'm sure a lot of them were protesting against their own corrupt government. But the point is that, like, look, imagine on, I think it was Jeffrey Sachs came up with this, isn't mine, but imagine on January 6th, if, like, Chinese politicians were coming over and handing out sandwiches to the rioters and saying, we have your back. I mean, listen, we would lose our collective minds if another country came in and did something like that, okay? But I mean, we lost our collective minds about Vladimir Putin installing Donald Trump, and it was all just completely made up. It wasn't even a real thing. But so to think, okay,
well,
those
we
people...
didn't lose our minds on that. A certain subset of mainstream
okay,
media lost their minds, yes.
For me being, for me being for me being the bisexual libertarian here, you have corrected me on my collectivism several times here, and you are right. Yes, we didn't lose our mind, I am speaking, but many other people here did. But look, I mean, you're pouring $100 million into a street protest against a democratically elected president of Ukraine, and the whole issue is over, essentially, whether he's going to tilt toward an economic deal with Europe or tilt toward an economic deal with Vladimir Putin. I mean, Douglas, like, if anyone did that in our region of the world, DC would...
I kind of want the context for this conversation, but I wanted to skip to, like, the presumed debate.
It's Ukraine, Russia.
No, I get it. No shit, Sherlock. Like, I'm not dumb. Like, I get it. I just was, the lead up. You know what I mean? Like, I almost want to listen to this myself, but there's so much. We got bogged down.
We got bogged down.
Yeah,
we know what he's talking about.
Would overthrow that government, invade in a moment. If China poured $100 million into Mexican protests and was able to overthrow the democratically elected government, what do you think DC would do?
Change the subject maybe, but
China did kind of pour a lot of money into Mexican. It's fucking, like, let's be honest.
Qatar pours hundreds of millions of dollars into this country, billions indeed, and tries to change policy in this country. And nobody's trying to overthrow Qatar. Nobody's trying to overthrow the Emir or his family. And they've been poisoning American universities, American institutions, buying up American politicians. They pour billions into this country.
They do it in the UK as well.
Yeah, yes, I mean, well, okay, but that is a little bit different than overthrowing our neighbor government and trying to install a hostile government.
You're saying that, like, we'd lose our mind if anyone tried to interfere here.
I wasn't
saying if anyone...
And the most...
This is a very sort of stupid point on all sides. So the United States is an empire. The United States is the most powerful military in the world in terms of quantity and the amount of nuclear weapons. And the United States is the world.
And in tech.
And in tech. And it's the world policeman. The idea that it's nefarious to try and control it, that it's nefarious to try and influence it with an influence campaign, is ridiculous. It is mind-numbingly stupid. You should expect every ally and every enemy to have an influence campaign over the United States. Okay? The way you should analyze it is, if you're an American, you should analyze it is it ethical and is it pro-American? That's it. Do our interests align or do they not align? And then you understand whether you like the influence or you don't like it. But the idea that the influence itself is like shocking and surprising is dumb. But maybe if the United States government, if we clicked a button and it disappeared tomorrow, then you could like denounce the influence because the influence is corrupting. But the fact is that the US government exists and it's the most powerful. Therefore, even like an ANCAP nation, if Israel was ANCAP, it would try to influence it with money because that's what you do. That's how you defend yourself.
Well, I mean, like if my local police department was doing a bunch of shit that I didn't like, the idea that it would be nefarious and surprising that I show up at a council meeting to try and influence the local police department would be an insane take. But going a step further, if I funded a libertarian candidate for my local police department, the idea that I'm funding that is nefarious would also be an insane take. But I would maybe push back a little bit in that it would be nefarious, though self-defense, but it would still be somewhat nefarious if I ran a news media station in my local area and we tacitly supported the libertarian candidate, but I hid where all of the money came from in an attempt to hide that I in my money was the one actually supporting the candidate, because they would be worried, because people, if they found out that I was the one supporting it, would be less likely to vote for that candidate, right? So there is some level of nefariousness when like Qatar is funneling money in a country where it's illegal to have this foreign influence and you have to be registered as a foreign asset and all these other things. And I'm like funneling money through a company, through a corporation, to a thing to try and support one candidate over another. Like there is still some level of nefariousness there. But I agree that it would be stupid to not just assume that Qatar or any other nation that is under the thumb of the world police isn't trying to find a way to defensively do such. But there is some level of nefariousness when they're not just starting an organization in America and registering as a foreign asset and saying these are all the evil things that they're doing, and they're like very open about that we are Qatar and like this is why we believe that you should vote for this other person, when they're trying to influence through dark money. Like I do think there is some element of nefariousness there that we can call out, but I agree with you that like it would be crazy that any nation in the world wouldn't be trying to influence the empire of which they don't want to be on the bad side of.
What about influencing university students?
I mean, we do the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck do you think the USAID, not to attack you personally, but what do we think the USAID payments are for universities that are doing like, trans theater? It's got nothing to do with trans theater. It's got to do with this university is signaling that they're our people and that they follow our ideals and that they're part of our culture war. And that means that they support the neoliberal establishment in a whole of society approach. And the universities that they're competing against maybe are more nationalistic or or more, Muslim or more against us in some other way. So we fund trans theater because that looks good on paper to our people. But really what we're doing is we're funding an institution to indoctrinate people to be a part of the American empire as opposed to their competition. All right, moving forward.
Most obvious one is Qatar, which has pours money into DC and into elite institutions and universities in this country. And I don't find from one week to the next anyone who's particularly riled up about it.
Well, so they've been, so they're pouring money into DC. And so do you think that they are influencing U.S. policy through doing that?
I think they're trying to, yeah.
Maybe they are trying to.
They're definitely succeeding with universities and others.
Maybe.
For sure.
They should try with the political class more if they're trying to turn us anti-Israel or something like that, because both major parties in this country will fund and unconditionally support Israel no matter what. So, I don't know.
Well, I don't know no matter what. But, Qatar is definitely trying to influence things their way, as other countries are. I cite it as an example of something that's very interesting, which is an attempt to interfere in American public life, which...
You're not going to be able to influence politicians. Like AIPAC has more power. And so it's a waste of resources to try and fight AIPAC when it comes to getting politicians elected. It's not a waste of resources to try and ideologically change the younger voters via universities and then have them slowly, become those very politicians or those people that are engaged in the deep state or those people that work in media institutions, etc. It's like it would be a waste of money for Qatar to try and go head to head with AIPAC and go head to head with like winning, elections in America. It's not worth the money to try and do that. It is, however, worth the money to create counter protests in the University of Columbia, and all of a sudden Kamala Harris can't win an election because of her stance on Israel-Palestine, because the left is fractured. Now, did it backfire? Absolutely it backfired. But why did it backfire? It backfires in the immediacy, but the reason it backfired, and gave us a more, pro-Israel presidency is because they are having an impact on the younger generation. And that is, of course, the future politicians, the future journalists, the future people working in the state, the future people that will be in charge of institutions. Like, what we have to understand about American universities is very simple. Public schools are the means of creating the new managerial class. Ivy and public Ivy is the means of creating the new elite class. That is what their job is. That's what Harvard does. Harvard is not designed to educate people on being the best lawyer, the best scientist, the best whatever. That's not what Harvard does. Harvard uses the idea of creating lawyers to create the next elite class. And the people that influence Harvard are the people that influence the next ruling class. And the people that influence regular public universities are the people that influence the next managerial class. Obviously, this is a Marxist analysis that I'm doing, but sometimes using a Marxist analysis can be helpful in understanding like power theory and power and how people utilize it. I'm not saying go be a Marxist, but I am saying like those terms are good terms sometimes. They work in understanding things. Their axioms are false, but that doesn't mean that that class analysis is bad. So that's your best bang for your buck right now, because you're not going to be able to outspend fucking the institute. You're not going to be able to upturn the institutions and make them go against Israel. Like, that's not happening. Not in the immediacy. Dude, Kasimir, you look like you're going to pass out at any moment.
Yes, that's true, but let's keep going.
Gets almost no attention. And indeed, the governments, whether Democrat or Republican, still seem to adore the Qataris, even as they act as one of the backers of terrorist groups across the Middle East and elsewhere. And I cannot understand why it doesn't get more attention.
Well, according to the former defense minister of Israel, they were begging Qatar to pour that money into Hamas.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah,
his words, begging.
You're referring to the funding of Hamas in the 2010s.
Yes.
Yeah. No, the Qataris poured the money in, and the question on the Israeli side was, what are you allowed to do with funds that were going into Gaza? And the Israelis allowed the funds to go from Qatar to Gaza.
I think a little bit more than that. I think when the funds dried up, Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad in there to beg him to keep the funds going.
Again, I'm not sure. It's like quoting the head of the CIA, quoting the head of the Mossad. So maybe. But maybe? That's not the evidence of the last 18.
Yeah, this is true. It's like quoting the head of the CIA, maybe.
Yes.
I mean, you can. Okay, so I guess I think I'm allowed to quote powerful people when they admit what they're doing. I mean, it's kind of like,
I know, but again, I mean, it's just an interesting thing, because again, it's a discipline about this, which is, do I only quote powerful people when they say the odd thing that I agree with, or do I simultaneously distrust all powerful people It's just an interesting rhetorical.
Well, no, I mean, I think that obviously, like, I don't blindly trust anyone in the political class or the media class for that matter either. But when they admit things that are like very against their interest to admit and kind of give away the whole game that now they're pretending doesn't.
Are you sure?
Matter,
Are you sure whether it's the
acknowledging.
CIA or Mossad that it isn't just if they say something that you happen to want to be the case?
Well, this is kind of like saying if I were to on trial and I were to, like, on the prosecution and I'd enter into evidence a written confession by the defendant, and you go, well, are you only entering this in because this kind of goes along with your case? Like, I suppose we're all guilty of having these incentives to some degree, but I do think it's a relevant detail that the former defense secretary admitted this. And by the way, Netanyahu's admitted this, Ehud Barak has admitted this. All
they admitted that they allowed funds to go from Qatar to Hamas because Hamas
for
Gaza.
For the reason of preventing.
What's that?
Pause, because this is Dave Smith is like heavily distorting here. So he probably has some quotes in support. The issue here is funding for Hamas through Qatar and whether Israel allowed it or not. But he's sort of he's right to point there was a strategy at some point to have a strong Hamas as an enemy, which prevented the basically suicidal idea of two-state solution, which, funnily enough, ANCAP Dave Smith advocates for. I mean, there is some point there, but here's one of the things that Dave Smith sort of misses about the Arab-Israeli conflict and about the state of Israel. The state of Israel has a deep state like the United States. It has the sort of security services. It has the generals and their the top brass of the military, and they don't always, and they actually very often are against populist movements like the Likud party and Benjamin Netanyahu. So one of the examples that recently occurred is there is a responsible party to the October 7 debacle, which is he is a member of like the Mossad and the military intelligence, and Netanyahu had this approach towards him. For the first year after October 7th, he basically allowed him to keep his position because the idea was, removing you from power will be too harmful while we're still cleaning up, while we're still, fighting a war. So let's take a break and then do the punishments and the firings later on, do the investigation after the war. And then when there was a lull in the conflict, when it's now the second year in a row, he actually tried to remove some of these Mossad and Shabak agents from power, and the Supreme Court blocked him. He blocked Netanyahu and prevents him from removing these people from power, and now they're fighting for their lives, basically, in politics. So it's not like Israel is some kind of a monolith where everybody's united. There are groups that are, equivalent to the deep state in the United States, and there are groups that are equivalent to the populists, and they're not friends. They're fighting each other. So his analysis that, it's a state, it's all to blame. It's all to blame for all the atrocities and all the false flags and everything. But it's not really the case in reality. It's much more complex.
I think it's important to note. Yeah, I agree with you that there's complexity to every system, and so Douglas Murray isn't wrong to say, okay, well, he admitted this. I don't know. Like specifically in the context of the conversation, right? Douglas Murray is to a certain degree right to point out that there are going to be, arguments that are in supporting evidence and against you, made by, leaders of any intelligence agency or directors of any intelligence agency. And that, you should treat those statements with a grain of salt because those statements are made in a context or in a time where they're trying to argue for or against one piece of action that the public is only partially aware of. And yet it is also important to, when people make confessions, to call them out on said confessions. But it's also important to note that, Hamas is a state. Gaza is a state. The idea that it's like a two-state solution, it's like the idea, like the libertarians saying that an area isn't a state unless the UN recognizes it as a state is to
utilize a definition of the state as like a legitimate thing, and the state isn't a legitimate thing. And so if they have a system of governance in which a body of people is governing over territory that they've captured, then they're a state. And so I agree that there is, nefarious details of, things that Israel has done in terms of, how they funnel aid to this area. But again, that's a very complicated issue because, every bit of aid is both simultaneously, if you cut off aid, then you are starving a captive population. And if you allow aid, then you are allowing another nation state that has made itself your enemy, you are funding them. And so it's like, there's not really a right answer here other than, the libertarian solution, obviously, which is to give people property if they can prove that their property was gained and that they have a property deed, that is non-aggressive. And if they, and to present evidence in courts for individuals being tied to terrorist activity, so they don't have a right of return because, hey, your grandpa that owned this house was a terrorist, so go fuck yourself. It's ours now. And to adjudicate that in whatever court process they can to give people their private property rights back and to leave Gaza the fuck alone. And every time a bomb, comes from a building, blow the fucking building up. And, there is a solution, but it's one that most people don't, but Dave Smith is kind of like having his cake and eating it too here, where he wants to work within the legitimacy of our democracy and our nation states and the UN and all these other things, while at the same time argue these ANCAP positions. And this is kind of like one of my major issues is that, like, what I'm seeing Douglas Murray just kind of be wishy-washy with everything and not have a real positive position. And at the same time, Dave Smith is working within two systems that are contradictory and can't commit to one. And it's like, are you a fucking libertarian or are you not a libertarian? Because if you're a libertarian, the answer is Hamas is a nation state. Israel is a nation state. They have both done evil, fucked up things. And the only appropriate solution is to pressure Israel because we have the means to pressure Israel. We don't have as much means to pressure Hamas, to pressure Israel, to give people courts and adjudicating processes to get their property back if they have those property rights, and to definitively decide whether or not those people have property rights. And if they don't, to tell them to go fuck themselves. And amongst many other solutions, obviously.
So I actually, I've done research on what exactly Dave is suggesting here. It's kind of it integrates what Kasimir said, but I'll give you a complete answer. So basically, Dave is saying that Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to stall the creation of a two-state solution via strengthening Hamas, and Hamas wasn't playing along with the Palestinian Authority, and Bibi nefariously strengthened Hamas to prevent them from joining forces and then applying for a full
I've heard this
state.
talking point a lot. I'm sorry, maybe we should have made it clearer. I apologize.
So this is not true, and basically anyone who knows what happened in the Camp David in 2000 and 2008 with the
I was about to say,
the peace
which Camp David?
The Camp David with Bill Clinton, sorry, in the year 2000. Like, basically, it's not the Palestinians are themselves the one preventing a two-state solution. No one in Israel needs to work hard at all to prevent them from not agreeing to a two-state solution. But basically, the reason why they let in money from Qatar into Gaza was they were operating from something they declared, I think, in 2019, called shrinking the conflict, which is basically the idea that we won't have a political solution for the conflict, but let's have an economic solution for the conflict, meaning if you improve the life economically of the people who live in Gaza and the West Bank, then they will be less likely to commit acts of terror or to want to, or they will have something to lose if they start a war or start like like an intifada.
Well, the problem with that logic, just to be fair, right, is they tried that with the 2008 Camp David Accord. Or was it I can't remember which one it was, but where they gave them bakeries, they gave them tons of businesses, and many of those businesses they just bombed their own businesses because they were
Gaza,
given to them by Israel. That was 2005. Yeah. You know, so I agree. Like, but that is, yes, that is what he is talking about. Is the strategy is let the funds go in. It's very similar to the Ukraine being the first conflict that proved this wrong, which is like the McDonald's rule, right? Wars don't occur when there are McDonald's in two nations, and Russia was the first one to invade another nation where there were both McDonald's in both countries. This idea that it's like, ooh. Well, see, the problem is, just to be fair, maybe I agree with you. That's probably true. But also, maybe there was some nefarious element there. His admission isn't that. But there could have been, you know, it's the same thing with the CIA, right? We don't know what the full motivation is because we'll never know. Right? We'll never know what happened with the Kennedy assassination. We'll never know what happened with a fuck ton of things.
Wait, this point is sort of silly.
I agree that that's the most likely scenario.
We have like 1,000 years of history with people of the same type of faith in various different conditions producing the same results, which is basically to advocate for conquest, to advocate for a violation of any conception of private property. We have all of this history, and yet we're playing this game as if these people don't have agency suddenly, as if they're not nefarious, and as if like funding them made them like enabled them or made them evil. There's a whole bunch of.
I will let you finish, but let me just say this. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that it is potentially true that they knew that the funds would be used to support some, to support Hamas gaining power as a counterbalance, and knew the dangers of that. Just like when America goes in and says, hey, there's this rebel group that is more based or more aligned with our interests than the current regime. But whether or not that is or isn't true, we will likely never know the full story, because that's just true of all nation states in their campaigns as intelligence agencies. What I'm saying is that this so-called admission out of context is wrong, right? That like the idea that we're letting that the most likely scenario is, as Philosophical Zombie Hunter put it, which is, yeah, you're letting funds go in because you're losing the PR campaign of stopping those funds, and the hope is that if those funds go in, that there will be economic interests that may reduce the conflict, and that isn't the same thing as this admission by Mossad that we're going to support the terrorists so that they'll terrorize their people so that we can have power against the PLO because we don't want a two-state solution, when a two-state solution was offered in 1948 and in 1964 and in 1967 and in 2000 and in 2005 and in 2008 and in 2014 and in 2020. Like the two-state solution has been offered fucking like at least an average of every 10 years, and it falls through.
I think it's legitimate to say that Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution.
Yeah, him specifically.
The solution is like ridiculous. The idea is that these people are suffering all that hardship because they just want their own state. They just want to be independent, and yet you don't see them independent anywhere in that region for any length of time. The core of the conflict is not actually land. The core of the conflict is not,
it's ideological.
The welfare of the people. The core of that conflict is the idea that in the center of the Islamic world, in countries that are like the core, if you look at the map, the center of all the pathways and the trade, that area belongs to a certain group of people, and they want that area to belong to them. And everything else is basically an excuse, a cope, or propaganda.
Yeah, when you look at just PLO, right? Like just PLO, and you look at PLO, right? Like we don't have to like. First and foremost, you can't claim that the core of the conflict is about Palestinian liberation and Palestinian independence whilst chanting from the river to the sea. That those two things are directly contradictory. You cannot say we want a two-state solution when you've been offered two-state solutions for over and over and over again, And then at the same time, your chants are, we want the Jews out of Israel, and we will do anything in any violent means. You can't look at the history of PLO going into Jordan and attempting to assassinate the monarchy there, and then being pushed into Lebanon and spurring on a conflict to get rid of the Christians and to kill people in Lebanon. You like over and over and over again, they have shown themselves to have one goal, which is not Palestinian liberation in the southern half of Israel. The goal has been over and over and over again, the getting rid of Christians and Jews from the region, specifically Jews.
And the reason why they want to get rid of those is because there's such a thing as the Iraq Haifa pipeline that was planned in the past, the oil and gas pipeline. There are the trade routes. There is the Suez Canal. That region is a nexus of various very powerful interests. And the idea that, and there is also this cultural idea that it's owned by people who should be inferior. It's owned by people who should be dhimmis, should be kissing, who in fact historically have been kissing our feet, and suddenly they're more powerful than us.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the PLO's or Hamas's charter in, PLO's charter 86, right? Like, these people believe that one day the rocks will cry out to them that there's a Jew hiding behind me. Oh, Muslim, come and kill the Jew. Like,
it's a perfect combination of the practical politics where there is a massive amount of gas and oil that's on the line. At the same time, there's a perfect element of like religious conviction where they're mandated to spread the faith, and also there is a sort of element of, imagine being part of a sports team where every season you lose, every single season you lose, and yet the sports team is your life. That is sort of a close approximation of the feeling in the Gaza Strip and in all of these areas, that they've tried many times and they failed every single time, and so they believe that they deserve a victory here. And so all of the, like, we focus as libertarians on the land arguments, on the reasonable arguments, on the arguments of there's contestations of ownership. But the funny part is that those people don't believe in ownership per se. They will tell you openly, maybe not openly in front of the camera, that these are just tricks. This is like a trick of war where they will adopt your principles and your ideas in order to defeat you. But as soon as they have power, nobody actually believes in those principles. Nobody believes in individual property ownership. It's all a bit of a fake. This whole conflict. To claim that it's focused on land and occupation, and then say, well, what about all of these people who were evicted from their land because didn't even have the same magic blood as somebody said? They had different blood, and yet they would still be evicted because they're the other, because there's an idea of an empire building here on one of the sides.
Yeah, I mean, Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals #4. Which is, I just wanted to get the direct quote. Make the enemy live up to its own book of rules. It's not about having those beliefs. It's about making the enemy, live up to those rules.
Can you repeat that? I haven't heard that one before.
Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. It's Saul Alinsky was was like a mentor of Hillary Clinton. He had some involvement or didn't have some involvement with Weather Underground, kind of like a radical, like ANCOM-y kind of thing without being a full ANCOM, kind of its own space. But he has these 10 rules for radicals is, let me pull it back up again.
I say it on Wikipedia.
This is supposed to be this is sort of the difference between libertarians and liberals in general, is that there's this liberal notion of equality of opportunity or possibly equality between people, and libertarians should not believe in that. We believe purely in reciprocity. And so there is a way to catch neoliberal by saying, hey, I have human rights. You're supposed to give me freedom of speech. You're supposed to allow me to undermine your system and quote unquote debate you, even though I'm debating to end all debate and to, establish a monopoly, a hegemony.
Yeah. So
libertarians don't believe any of that approach. If somebody is advocating for hegemony, they have the right to mount, the next helicopter and be thrown out of the territory. So we don't have this weakness. And it's funny how much this weakness gets abused.
So Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. It is kind of the playbook written in 1971. It's the playbook for a lot of like community organizers and activists, right? It's a favorite read by a lot of activist organizations and people like if you want to understand like what tactics BLM is using or something like that, then you have to read Rules for Radicals. But just to read the rules, right? These are the guidelines for any activist that wants community change, right? It's rule number 1, power is not only what you have, but what the enemy thinks you have. Number 2, you should turn off your camera. Number 2, never go outside the experience of your own people. Number 3, whenever possible, go outside of the experience of the enemy. Number 4, make the enemy live up to its own book of rules. Number 5, ridicule is man's most potent weapon. There is no defense. It is almost impossible to counterattack ridicule. Also, it infuriates the opposition who then react to your advantage. Number 6, a good tactic is one your people enjoy. Number 7, a tactic that drags on too long becomes a drag. Number 8, keep the pressure on. Number 9, the threat is usually more terrifying than the thing itself. Number 10, the major premise for tactics is the development of operations that will maintain a constant pressure upon the opposition, which is really just a restatement of 8. Number 11, if you push a negative hard and deep enough, it will break through into its counterside. This is based on the principle that every positive has its negative. Number 12, the price of a successful attack is a constructive alternative. And lastly, number 13, pick the target, freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. So if you want to understand like feminist activism, BLM, things like that, you just read Rules for Radicals and you'll get it. All right, but I'm going to continue this reaction, which has mostly just been us talking about snippets. It is what it is.
Preventing the establishment of a Palestinian state.
No, that was not the case.
That is what Netanyahu said. That is what Ehud Barak said. It's all up and down.
One claim. There's one recording of Netanyahu saying something along those lines. But look, I mean, we should get onto it.
I can read you the quotes from Ehud Barak as well. It's all of them that talked about it.
The situation. Let's get onto it. The situation there, and the war of the last 18 months now, more than 18 months in the Middle East, is a result not of that, but of Hamas deciding to start another war with Israel and trying to annihilate their neighbor.
But you don't think if they were being propped up by Israel, that has nothing to do with...
They were not being propped up by Israel. The reason why Hamas were in power, as you know, much against the interests of the Israelis, was that they were voted into power after the Israelis withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Condoleezza Rice and other American statesfolk insisted that the Palestinians should have elections straight after the Israeli withdrawal. They had elections, perhaps unwisely, and Hamas won, and then didn't have another election again, and ruled the Gaza for 18 years until they finally got the great fruit of their labors on the 7th of October 2023, and went around southern Israel massacring everyone they could, including young people at a dance party, and then caused in turn the destruction of the place that they were meant to be governing. It's the whole thing is a great tragedy, and all of it is at the feet of Hamas.
I certainly agree with you that it's a great tragedy, and I do, I think it's when you accuse me of using the quotes that kind of, back up what I believe, I think it's very convenient here to remove all responsibility from the Israelis. Like, even if I'm telling you that you have these quotes, I mean, I'm not talking about fringe figures. We could read through the list of people who have admitted what the strategy was with them funding Hamas and propping them up. But hold on, let me say, so if you're going to tell me Israel props up this terrorist organization.
The funding is allowing funding to go through. Like, when they say propped up, it makes it sound like they like took Israeli tax dollars and gave it to Hamas to like buy weapons and shit. And to my knowledge, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. Like, we're talking about allowing aid money to go into the region because potentially, at its most, anti-Israel, reading of what is occurring is the idea that we're allowing aid money to go because we know that it will go towards this organization, which is different than PLO. It will, create two different, spheres of influence and two different, authorities in different regions, and that maybe we can, by weakening both, we can, stop the PLO from eventually getting to a two-state solution that they've denied and fought against every step of the fucking way. It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense. It's a narrative that Bibi and the right-wing parties have basically stalled the Western vision of a two-state solution. Like, they are the obstacle to a peaceful Middle East. This right-wing government is the key issue, and it needs to be gone. That's the Western view of what's going on in Israel.
I mean, like, there is something to be said that, populist right-wing, opposition to, the crypto commies, as Kasimir puts it, is, in the way to some degree of, the public opinion of PLO or Hamas or, other people wanting a two-state solution. But it's a very, very vague, thorough line to make that argument, right? It just doesn't really track with what we know. It is true that, Likud or, other organizations and, the more right-wing, air quotes here, figures, and Bibi Netanyahu as well, are very concerned with the safety of Israel and very, very concerned with, beefing up security, which, tends to make it, tends to be, more in line with, like, fighting as opposed to coming to peaceful solutions. But there's no guarantee that any of those on the left would actually that if they were in power, because they've been in power before, right? Like, it's not like when like, if only the left was in power in Israel, if only all of Israel behaved like Tel Aviv, then magically, there would be a two-state solution. Like, there's no evidence to support that there, or that they're actually in any meaningful way an obstacle towards those negotiations. Yes, their rhetoric can be, quote unquote, inflaming. You know what I mean? Like, it might piss off, Hamas, or piss off PLO, but like, that's such a weak argument that, like, this group and these people, who collectively in one way or another have been denying, a two-state solution since 1948. Right, almost 100 years now. They have been offered two-state solutions and haven't accepted them because it's not good enough. The idea that, like, Bibi is the obstacle because he pisses them off too much, and if only commies were in charge, cooler heads would prevail and we'd finally get this peace deal, is, like, so fucking silly. It's just silly. Now,
there's a worse angle here. There's a worse angle here. Let's say that Dave Smith is correct, and Netanyahu is nefariously allowing Hamas to be funded in order to, prevent a two-state solution from occurring by funding an organization that's slightly more aggressive. The insanity here from the libertarian perspective is the demand and the expectation that establishing another state in the region is going to improve things.
Yeah.
It implies that you can look at another region where an Islamist faction has gained power and has gained absolute authority, and that the situation for its conflict against outsiders improved. That is historically impossible. It literally did not happen. It has no foundation within the writings of Islamists. There's no peaceful negotiation with any kuffars, outsiders on the borders. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in the theory. It doesn't exist in the history. Those people don't believe in private ownership rights. They don't believe in equal opportunity or anything of the sort. They don't believe in coexistence. And you expect them to, if you give up, if you sort of surrender to them, for them to, like, we'll have peace now instead of basically just a ceasefire to rearm. that's a little bit of an insanity. And this is the weakest point of Dave Smith, is he claims that Netanyahu is Machiavellian and he stopped the peace process. That makes the assumption that the peace process, the way it was acted upon in reality, was a good thing. Democracy and states are a good thing.
Right.
That's a not libertarian assumption.
We don't even have to go that far. It makes the assumption, if not for him, the peace process and a two-state solution would have been possible. And
no,
yet,
of course, that's the next layer of nonsense.
Right, like there's just no
There's like
evidence.
2 layers of nonsense here.
Yeah.
And it also removes the agency. This is the other part. Here's an analogy you can use. Imagine that there is like a person that you know, he has 1,000 years history of being a drunkard. He's 1,000 years old, and 90% of the time he's drunk out of his ass. And then you're saying basically, and yet he has free will. He can change at any moment. But if you give him, another drink of booze, you're somehow responsible for his behavior. This is sort of no. The problem is with his behavior for the past 1,000 years.
If
not
only
with you enabling it. He has
if-
responsibility. He has agency.
If only we respected and loved Dracula, he would be a great babysitter. It's like, no, he won't. Like, I'm not letting my child be babysat by Dracula. But I will say this, someone in chat makes a fair argument, which is it not at least reasonable to say that at least a recognized state would be better than a non-recognized occupied territory oppression? I think maybe the way that they worded that is a little bit against what you would agree with, but I do think that there might be something to the argument that maybe a two-state solution is in some way, shape, or form better than a non-recognized territory, because it's already a state, right? Like we said this earlier. Gaza is already a state. The PLO is already acting as a governing authority towards the regions, in sectors of the West Bank and in southern, Israel. And so, if it already is a state, is a two-state solution a path forward in, bringing property rights, bringing, is it a step forward in some degree?
I understand the point of Ryan and chat, but it's all based on the assumption that we're playing a straight game, right? These are just people that try to coexist, bro. They just want to coexist, bro. Why don't you give them a state? Sure, they're not ANCAPs, but wouldn't a state that defends their rights would be better? And the problem is that you're assuming they're like you, but they're not. They're not. You can look at who rules there. What's the point of Islamists? It is the point of Islamists is, as soon as you conquer one border, you have another border, and you're always on the border as annoying as possible. As annoying as possible. And this is occurring in your country as well. If you go to Dearborn, Michigan, those people will be maximum annoying to you. They're not there to accommodate you and the borders that you established within your state. They're not there to respect, Christian Americans of any sort. They're not real allies. Eventually, they will be opposing you because their goal is to endlessly expand until everybody is part of them. That's the real goal. So the idea that they play a straight game is ridiculous.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying, but there's also to play devil's advocate here, right? Creating a two-state solution. Solution is a bad word, but creating a legitimized via the UN, as much as one can legitimize a nation state, where they have, voting rights in the UN, and, they have representation, and they have, whatever liberal democracy sham bullshit we set up that they, of course, immediately fucking undo. And we give them these borders, and we say, this is your nation, do with it as thou will. I do think there is something to be said about the difficulty of being able to be perceived as the good guy, or the difficulty of being able to, legitimize whatever actions Israel in the West does because that state doesn't exist. And I think that is probably, almost certainly, why the PLO hasn't accepted that state. Right? They know that the moment that they accept themselves as a state and they fail and collapse, that they lose the moral high ground by which to attack Israel and attack, the West and attack other countries. And yet maybe that's the right move, right? Like maybe that is the right kind of situation, which is, like for example, the talking point that Gaza before October 7th was an open air prison, right? Why does that talking point exist? No one would say that about another country that was bordered with another country and they didn't let people into their country, right? Like if no one says that about South Korea, that North Korea is an open air prison because South Korea doesn't, or vice versa, actually, that South Korea is an open air prison because North Korea doesn't allow South Koreans to come in and peacefully immigrate. Nobody says that about them, partially because South Korea isn't surrounded by a bunch of other countries that also won't let them immigrate, right? So it's kind of a blocky and proviso situation here, right? South Koreans can just hop on a plane and go to America if they want. But also I think some of that is because it's a region that is, ostensibly under control by Israel, while at the same time not. This murky who is actually in charge situation gives the Palestinian Liberation Organization and Hamas and Hezbollah the ammunition they need by which to criticize Israel. And so, like, at what point do we just stop going for a two-state solution and we just force the two-state solution upon them by saying, this is all yours, fuck off. Anybody that comes over gets shot. Like, this is yours. This is your country. What do you mean two-state solution? You have a state. It's your responsibility to fucking manage it. Like at what point? You kind of get what I'm saying? To play devil's advocate.
I understand the devil's advocate. I just think that this is based on a historical ignorance of that region, of unintentional, and like the myth that spread among the ANCAPs, this was a peaceful region. These are peaceful people, and if you just give them, equality and baseline default, everything will be hunky-dory. Whereas the reality of that region and people that lived in it is the only reason somebody does not get genocided is because they're a genocider themselves, because they offer enough of a threat. The Druze and the Arabs massacre each other through centuries, and they massacre the Jews. The Jews end up dying more because they're passive at the time and not defending themselves. Whereas these groups, the reason they survive in the region is because there is a threat of messing with them. Even though Islam says to the Druze, you don't even get to pay jizya, you just get to die. Somehow the Druze get to survive in that region. And if I look at like the amount of pogroms committed, the Druze might outpace the Arabs in that particular area. And so that tells you this whole analysis is just completely incorrect. This is the problem with this is we're assuming they have the same system of values than us. We're assuming that we can like build democracy there, quote unquote,
that's
or
not what I'm
build
saying.
private property respect.
What I'm saying is,
but that doesn't actually exist. And
that's
so
not what I'm saying.
give them the opportunity to fail.
That's not what I said at all.
You're saying give them the opportunity to fail, but the last 1,000 years have shown you many opportunities where they always fail. So why give them another one?
Well, I think the argument that, like, again, I'm playing devil's advocate, right? But the argument is simply force upon them the two-state solution, because I think this occupation gives them the language of oppressed. When Israel is an occupying force of Palestine, air quotes, right? Then it gives them the language to utilize. This is a colonial aspect, and these people have power over me. They
I
have all these
agree.
things.
I just don't think I don't think that language ever disappears. I think they will always be victims, even if you give them every single concession.
I agree.
You have African Americans in the United States play victim, even though whenever they come back to Africa, they realize what actual racism is. It's never going to be enough.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Gaza was that fuck off, this is your country. The Israel, Ariel Sharon at the time said he doesn't believe that if you occupy a people that you can never have peace with them. So he went to Gaza, he uprooted quite violently at the time Jewish settlements and even the graves of Jews, took everything out and said, here is your country. Hamas at the time, like a year later, won the elections, but bearing in mind, Hamas
you can't say that and blockade a region, okay? Like
one sec,
I get what you're saying.
One sec. Let me specify. Let me specify, please. Just this is important in terms of international law. So Hamas was the governing body. They were the army. They were the police. They were the courts. They made the laws based around Sharia. They collected the bins. They collected the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And for Israel to definitionally, under international law, occupy Gaza, you have to have a military force in there, or belligerent military force inside Gaza, which they did not have, to, in quotations, effectively control Gaza. Obviously, Israel did not effectively control Gaza, and saying that Gaza shared a border with Israel and Egypt does not mean in any way, shape, or form that it occupied it. Now, the fact that you have the UN and human rights organizations say, let's declare it occupied is simply not true. This is the problem. Now, me saying that I'm a conspiracy theorist because I'm going against the UN and Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, because factually there's no soldier in Gaza and enough soldiers to say that you effectively control the Gaza Strip. And recently,
that's not. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. You're not engaging with what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying. Again, it's devil's advocate. I'm doing an internal critique of a position that isn't necessarily represented here. But B, what I'm saying is you can't say I've given you your state and then blockade said state. Now I recognize you can talk about the region between Gaza and Israel in the land border, and you can obviously understand that they're blocked by Egypt because Egypt has all of these political concerns of attempting to try and boost this conflict, because Egypt doesn't want to take people because they won't have a right of return, which is bullshit. Okay, but when you talk about the water, that changes things, right? Like it does. You are occupying some level of control when you are keeping people in the region. And even weirder when you have this pseudo kind of like you're allowed in Israel, you're not allowed in Israel. Like, I mean, you do have people crossing the border in between Gaza and Israel for work and labor and things of that nature. It's not completely saying fuck off at that point, right? At that point, you're kind of you're in a pseudo. Like I totally recognize that you don't have a military force. You've given them the right to right, so to speak, to have their own governance, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't blockade the region, and then at the same time, you have all of these entanglements with the region when you have people crossing the border to work in your country. Like to genuinely kind of deal with the situation, as I'm putting forward again as an internal critique, would be to not blockade the water, and to not allow people across the border. Like to genuinely and fully be like, this is your shit. We want nothing to do with your people.
Right. So I would say that Gaza was never blockaded in any meaningful way. There was, as we've discovered recently, there was huge tunnels between Egypt and Gaza that a full-size truck can just drive through. They obviously managed to get enough concrete to build 300 miles of underground tunnels. The supermarkets were fully stocked. They had access to sell expensive German cars, gold. They were able to get KFC coming from Egypt if they really wanted it. So I don't think they were blockaded in any meaningful way. But I would say that Israel did try to prevent weapons from getting into Gaza so that they wouldn't be fired back on it. Now, with regards, and that's a legitimate concern that any country, security of the people of your country is a legitimate concern that any government should engage in. With regards to people working in Gaza, there was about 18,000 visas for people in Gaza to come to Israel, earn some money, and go back because Gaza uses Israeli currency. And that was part of the shrinking the conflict. That if Gaza develops and has nice apartments, then they'll be more peaceful with Israel. That was the hope.
You can't say something isn't blockaded in a meaningful way because people have tunnels to try and avoid blockades, right? That's silly.
From the Egyptian side. You can't say that Israel is blockading.
That's like saying weed in America isn't illegal in any meaningful way because you can get weed everywhere. Like okay. You can't say that.
Either
right?
Either
weed
way,
is obviously illegal. You know what I mean? Just because people are blockade running and creating tunnels doesn't mean that they're not legitimately able to engage in trade because Israel is stopping trade in some capacity and stopping the free movement of people out of their country. It's not their country if they can't hop on a fucking plane and go somewhere else, or if they can't hop on a fucking boat and go somewhere else, or if they have to be smuggled through tunnels.
It is their country. They can always leave either if they're going abroad and they have visa to go abroad. They can either leave through Egypt and catch the next flight if they have the visa to go visit the other country, or they may even try to do so with Israel. Similar in the West Bank, you can go either if you have visa to another country, you can leave into Israel or you can leave into Jordan. But there are two borders here. And even if you say, well, they needed more freedom, fine, but they were not occupied by definition.
Okay, so they're under siege, right? Like again, whatever, or
they're not under
an
siege.
open air prison, whatever.
For example,
no, you can't say you can't say it's not meaningful. It is meaningful if there's a blockade. Is there not, or was there not a blockade that restricted trade and travel that was under control by Egypt and Jordan, but also maybe not Jordan in the exact circumstances.
There was restrictions because Gaza over the years threw rockets into Israel, like fired rockets into Israel. Israel is obligated to protect its people. That's its.
Okay, Israel is not obligated, right? If Israel did a blockade of Lebanon and blocked off of their water travel, would that be a blockade or would that not be a blockade?
Okay,
would that be
you're talking about
war?
You're talking about 8% of the water that came from Israel.
No, I'm talking about the sea. Like the ability to
the sea. They went fishing. They had access to. They went fishing. They had boats to go fishing. You just couldn't have like supply ships coming in with weapons. They had this whole thing with like commandos in the sea that like they smuggled weapons, in the water that way. But that's not to say that they couldn't go out, catch fish, and come back, which they did every day.
I'm not talking about fishing. I'm talking about, do you have a blockade? If Israel is restricting your trade, it exists, right? Like it's not like you.
I'm not denying. I'm not denying.
That's fine.
I'm saying
it's a violation of any level of national sovereignty. So
okay, then
it's not really a state.
Then it's
a violation of sovereignty, sure, but please, the word. This is the leftist type of stuff. So there is a word called genocide, which is. It's an images of concentration camps, of trains upon trains of people going and like being starved to death deliberately. Mm-hmm. And then you say, oh, here's another genocide. And you look at it and it's actually basically just warfare with people trying to avoid civilian damage.
There's fucking drone footage of Gaza before October 7th and the place looks fucking dope.
Yes, no, and then you see the picture after and you say, oh, they committed genocide because a bunch of buildings went up and it's now no longer habitable, therefore it's a genocide. So the word genocide, from when I used to use it like in the 90s and analyzing history, which is the Khmer Rouge or Pol Pot or Mao or the Soviets or Stalin or Lenin or Hitler, those are genocides. That's what the word genocide means. And we start using that word to mean, oh, it's basically like we claim intent, even though every evidence points against that intent. And the empirics point against that intent. But if we can just like, so the word
genocide.
basically cheapened.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, and the word blockade, sorry, the word blockade used to be even up until the American Revolution, the idea of blockade is that if you have a city under blockade, if the British are blockading Washington, D.C., that means nothing gets in.
Right.
No food gets in. The city is starving. That's the blockade. Whereas the blockade here now is that they get all the food, they get everything, except there's a restricted list of materials and equipment that they cannot get, and everything has to get through a checkpoint. And so, yes, you can find the one or the two particular, possibly innocent Arabs in Gaza who were aggressed by this policy, but that's not the position that
every person in Gaza, right, is subjected to increased price and taxation by the nation state of Israel by creating a policy where everything has to go through an inspection, everything has to go through a process, right? That trade is restricted. Even if you claim, like, you can't be an ANCAP and then claim that fucking, taking over, maybe you can. I'm sorry, that was too far. But there is a legitimate concern with this concept that all trade has to go through, the nation state of Israel's acceptance. That makes trade expensive. That makes trade cost more money. That restricts the rights of people in Gaza.
Why is it there? Why is it there though?
One moment, Zombie Hunter. Say that, talk that they're increasing the price, and then compare that to the billions of dollars that go into Gaza in the form of aid. By the way, their entire economy is on donations. By the way, they don't produce anything. By the way, a lot of those people don't try to start businesses, and when somebody gives them a business, they destroy it for some reason. They're a welfare state with people that live on welfare, and the economy is all kinds of effed because of the aid that they're getting. And the idea of blockade historically has been that the people who are under blockade are actively aggressed because they're going to starve to death. Those people have 3,000 calories. One moment.
What word do you want to
3,000 calories per.
This is nonsense. I get it.
Yes.
Like, it's not a historical blockade.
We should use a word. It should not be blockade. You can say trade restrictions. You can say increased trade costs. Go ahead, do that. Say that, but the word blockade in everybody's mind indicates the city is going to starve, that they're depriving people of their basic necessities.
But hear me out, right? If the United States government, it's not a blockade, but if the United States government or the U.S. Navy said, Mexican cartels are such a fucking problem because of fentanyl, because of drug trafficking, sex trafficking, because they have control of the Mexican government, because they'll kill every fucking judge, and they'll, and like something like 200 people will die before a president that's acceptable by the cartels is the one that gets put in power. That this is a dangerous country on our southern border that causes all kinds of problems. So we're going to take it upon ourselves now to inspect every single ship that goes into Mexico, and we're going to ensure Mexicans cannot in any way, shape, or form get any weapons or anything that could be used against us. Right? This would be seen as an act of war against Mexico, without a doubt. Unquestionably, this would be an act of war.
Sure, not a blockade.
It wouldn't be an intentional. Right? It might not be the word blockade. It might not be an intentional. It certainly wouldn't be an intentional starvation of Mexico, but it would be a cost on the Mexican people and the government. It would restrict trade and would increase prices. It would cause problems. And on top of that, it would be a violation of the sovereign rights of Mexicans that live in Mexico that want to have fucking guns or want to have whatever. Now, obviously, those guns might be stolen by cartels anyways.
One moment.
Like, I agree. But that's a provocation. That's war. That's not giving Mexico a state. That's going to war with Mexico.
Or you can call it an act of war. Sure, do that. call it an act of war, don't call it mass starvation. And the other thing is,
I agree. It's not mass starvation. I totally agree.
Mexico, population of Catholics and secular people, is quite a different scenario from the Arab population of the Levant, where the percentage of non-Islamists is in single digits. It's literally in single digits.
It's not.
You have people that would spit on your property rights, that don't believe in the concept whatsoever, and they play your game. And this is the other part. Let's say that it is an act of war. Against whom? How many? This is the assumption. The assumption is that the idea of calling it a blockade is that everybody imagining that it's New York blockading New Jersey. And New Jersey, while, ugly as hell, and all of that, tanning oil is disgusting. Italians on the beach, Jersey Shore, are horrible, but they're still human and they still believe in largely the things that you believe. So it's bad to blockade them. But that's not the reality there. Those humans have ideas where they want to enslave you. And we're discounting that completely. We're treating them as if they're...
We're not being collectivists, which you are right now. Saying that there's single-digit people in Gaza.
Let's go to the individual example. So here's how you don't be a collectivist. Dave Smith should present the case of a particular person, name them by name, and say that person is aggressed. And I, Dave Smith, have this policy where non-aggression is something I take seriously, so that one person in Gaza who's innocent, Gaza should be spared because of that one person, because punishing that one person that I know by name who's completely innocent, that's a violation of the non-aggression principle. If Dave Smith would have done that, I would be totally disarmed. But the problem is on the issue of the borders, and on the issue of the borders, and many other issues, he is a collectivist, and so he doesn't have that argument. And most people are collectivists don't have that argument.
Okay, he'd have to go there. He'd have to go there to know that person by name. Maybe it's Thomas Massey's family, right? Thomas Massey's got family there that are Christians, right? So somebody there.
No, it's not Thomas Massey.
Not Thomas Massey. Sorry,
Amash, whatever.
Justin Amash, yeah, Justin Amash.
Yeah,
Justin Amash has some family there that I'm sure are fucking liberty-minded enough and have been aggressed upon. Okay, so whoever we'll tweet at Justin Amash. I need the name of a family member from Justin Amash. Okay, that has clearly been aggressed upon by this act, this violation of the non-aggression principle, which is the trade restrictions that Israel is putting forward by increasing price and making things more difficult for them to import goods at a low cost. This is a de facto form of aggression by the Israeli nation state. Look, I understand that these situations are...
Wait a minute. We have to say, though, this is a stupid policy by the state of Israel. The real policy should be showering Gaza with Liberator pistols. Let them have as much small arms as they want. Let
no
them
bombs.
Have
just give them
small arms.
Just no bombs, but just make sure that every man, woman, and child has a fucking 9mm, and a lot of problems will be solved.
Yes, exactly.
I have a question for you too. Because I see like a distinction here. So assume for a second my mind as a minarchist, and I see the role of the government is to protect the rights of the citizens of that country. So protect them from aggression from outside the country into the country, protect them aggression between each other. That's the main role. That's the moral and legal role, at least in my mind. And we have a situation here where you have, and let's say another country or another semi-autonomous zone that fires rockets, sends suicide bombers. Because bear in mind, in the 70s and 80s, there was no border between Gaza and the rest of Israel. In the 70s and 80s, there was no border in Judea and Samaria. Like Palestinians, if they want, they could drive from the West Bank all the way to Tel Aviv and to the beach without any checkpoint whatsoever. And then over the years, there was increased violence and increased need to put borders and to put checkpoints based on the principle that the country of Israel needs to protect the citizens of Israel. That's its main role, and not citizens from outside of Israel.
Okay.
So you're saying that Israel is putting a blockade and harming another country, but the core cause and effect came from Hamas attacking Israel through rockets or suicide bombers coming from the West Bank into Israel.
No,
So
we know
I'm just
that.
confused. I'm just confused.
No,
if you can just break it.
I can
Yeah, it's very
explain
simple.
this.
It's very simple. I'll explain it very simple. Okay. When Ragnar fucking what's his name in Atlas Shrugged, the pirate. You know what I'm talking about. The pirate in fucking
Sure.
in Atlas Shrugged.
I know who you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, what's his fucking name? I can't remember his last name.
Ragnar. I
Is
don't
it
know his
just
last
Ragnar?
name, but his first name.
Okay,
I just know his first name.
Okay. Ragnar was perfectly legitimate in sinking ships by the United States government and taking their supplies and gold because they had aggressed upon them, right? These were government boats. Okay. And Ragnar took those things, sold them, turned them into gold, and then returned stolen property only insofar as those people had been taxed by the United States government, right? That's why there was a bank account, but not a very large bank account for what's her name? The main character, Dagny Taggart or whatever. Okay. But he would not be legitimate. He would and even that was like questionable to a certain extent in Atlas Shrugged. There was some debate amongst those people about whether or not that was the right thing to do. But it would be a complete violation of the non-aggression principle if Ragnar then started blockading privately owned ships and doing inspections to ensure that the United States didn't get military arms and armament, so that they could protect, Galt's Gulch. It would be completely against. You don't get to force inspections, to ensure that the people in the U.S. don't get arms and armament as a means of protecting Galt's Gulch. Now, if planes come into the Colorado mountains around my fucking borders and I'm protecting my secret and I shoot it. Oh, you're holding down the button. So
sorry.
Yeah, like if I'm protecting my property, yes. If I'm reclaiming my stolen property. If Hamas has government, military vessels, Israel is perfectly legitimate in sinking those military vessels if those military vessels are owned and operated by stolen tax money that, Hamas did. Now, obviously, most countries wouldn't agree to that because they think their states are legitimate. But the idea that you're protecting yourself by interrupting trade and travel of goods of other people, of private property vessels is just illegitimate. It's a violation of the non-aggression principle so long as there is at least one person in Gaza that is not an aggressor. We only need one person in Gaza where the state is using stolen tax money from its people under the means of protection to stop them from being able to get free trade and free travel. They have interceded and imposed a cost, under the guise of protection.
Okay, so let me just understand something. So with regards to the West Bank and there being checkpoints and borders between area A and B in the West Bank and the rest of Israel, is that legitimate or illegitimate? Because borders are part of Israel.
No.
From an internal critique of your minarchist state, that would be I was doing an internal critique, right? So Israel protecting its own border as a presumably legitimate state. Obviously, I'm an ANCAP. I disagree with you, but from a minarchist perspective or from an objectivist perspective, obviously they have the right to protect their own border and who comes in and who comes out, and inspecting goods to make sure that they don't have bombs on them or things of that nature, insofar as the nation state's duty to protect private property rights and have a court system and to protect the safety of the, and the enforcement of those private property rights. But that's not the same thing as I'm specifically focusing on goods from other countries of private property vessels going into Gaza, not going into their own nation state.
Okay, so let me just clarify your point. So, in the case of Gaza, the border between Israel and Gaza, that's okay to have a border, but you're saying that the sea part of it, blocking ships from coming into Gaza, that's not okay.
I'm
And
doing an internal
similarly,
critique from your objectivist position. From an ANCAP position, the entire
Yeah.
nation state of Israel
Whoa!
is
He doesn't
not
have the
legitimate.
objectivist position. The objectivist position is the ANCAP position. Ayn Rand was right. Was wrong on that.
I agree, but I don't want to get into a debate about objectivism versus anarcho-capitalism.
We don't need to have a
I wanna
debate. We're
answer-
the true
I just wanna-
objectivists, and he's a fraud. That's the
I
issue.
just listen. I just
we don't
want
have to debate this.
in good faith.
It defaults in our
good
favor.
faith, I want to do an internal critique amongst his presumed stop. I understand what you're saying.
PZH, in good faith, this is how it works. Much simpler. If you're an ANCAP, you can criticize a situation where there is a single person who is innocent, who is suffering by the policy, and you can call the policy invalid because we're not collectivists. We don't believe in collective guilt. Very simple, right? Do you understand that?
okay, then I have a follow-up question for you, Kasimir. Okay, so let's say there isn't a border between the West Bank and Israel, and a suicide bomber comes in from the West Bank, blows themselves up in Tel Aviv. Now, use my framework for just a second, because I don't want to complicate things. That the Israeli government needs to protect its citizens, or the citizens demand that the Israeli government protect them. How would you solve this problem that someone came into Israel and blew themselves up? Now, you can't arrest them because they're dead, obviously. And how would you prevent these things from happening in the future?
So I don't understand. This is like a stupid thing to ask me a little bit. It's like telling me, hey, there's an insane system. How do you answer it rationally? I can't, honestly. So I will answer, I will actually violate your request. I will answer how it should be handled under ANCAP.
Sure,
under
go for it.
proper ANCAP, threats of actions and advocacy and holding an ideology is, in my mind, mens rea. If I'm convinced that you're an Islamist, let's be honest, then that means that you're declared that you are outside the law. You're literally an outlaw by just the declaration itself. And the next question is, what's the context? Are you making like a jest as a comedian? Are you part of some group that always does this type of pranks? Are you pranking me, bro? If you're not pranking me, bro, if you're part of like hundreds of years of history of basically imperialism, and you follow an ideology that tells you to aggress against everybody, then under ANCAP you don't have any rights. This is my major disagreement with core ANCAP philosophers, which I think I will be eventually proven correct. I don't think action matters outside of being proof. Meaning, once you say the words and we believe you, and you say we're going to aggress, we're going to advocate for blowing up random people as part of quote unquote struggle, that means revocation of any idea of rights. I don't think that a collectivist Palestinian Islamist has any land claims whatsoever. And so I think that if the state of Israel were to be dissolved and replaced by ANCAP, and it was a proper ANCAP that took words seriously, then the situation would actually be resolved with a lot more violence than there is right now. And I don't think that the people who are currently being coddled by neoliberalism would be very happy about it. Because right now, the way it works is that you can say whatever you want, and we only punish the actions. And you're correctly criticizing it by saying, listen, the whole point of the action is that the suicide bomber is dead. So who exactly do you punish, right? If you don't punish the quote-unquote stochastic terrorists, then who do you punish? And I believe in the proper reading of ANCAP, there's no such thing as quote-unquote stochastic terrorist. If somebody is declaring, and you believe them, that they don't believe in ownership rights, then they believe in like collective punishment from any part of this conflict, they don't have land rights, they don't even have human rights, and TOS prevents me from saying what should be done to them.
Okay, thank you for that complete answer. I need time to absorb this information.
I could go back
Intent
into
is
this.
in the entirety of the crime, PZH. Just think about this concept. Intent, criminal intent, is the entirety of the crime. Everything else is proof. If you take that perspective and you listen to people telling you what they're going to do, and then many of them do that, then on the individual level, anyone that makes a declaration is already a criminal. Now, the problem is you still can't collectivize. There's still innocence. So you have that problem. You can't just start blowing up everybody.
I am worried about the conversation only because I'm worried about TOS. Right? But so trying to think about this carefully. If person A says, I believe it is right and just to steal and kill, and I'm part of an organization that has stolen and killed, right, like my problem with the concept that mens rea is the entire thing is that mens rea is only the entire thing insofar as that is the genuine belief and the evidence of that time, right? So, if we are choosing one of two options. Option A is we are playing this game, and this game is called ethics, and this game is a conflict reducing system that is must be commiserate with the non-aggression principle in order for it to be logically justifiable. And that game is, we have created an ethical system, whatever that game is, right? Whatever that system of ethics is going to be different for every community. But in order for it to be a valid system, it must follow the non-aggression principle, right? So you might have an Amish community somewhere else. You might have a Tortuga where there's prostitution and all kinds of fun, drugs and stuff somewhere else. Obviously, the Amish are going to do better.
You just can't have a pro-aggression community.
What's that?
You just can't have a pro-aggression community under this. You can't advocate for aggression, but yes, you can advocate
pro-aggression
for every flavor of non-aggression you want.
Right. Or you are not playing that. You're saying, I believe in the law of jungle. Now, minarchists belong to this group as well, right? The minarchist is no different than the Stalinists, the Nazis, the Maoists. They all say the exact same thing of different flavors, which is I believe in ethics that violate individual liberty, that violate bodily autonomy, that violate your ability to engage freely in non-aggressive transactions of, et cetera. My issue is if I'm PZH, right? So I am no different than the communist in this example. All acts of aggression until such a time that you recant would be justifiable in an ethical framework. Maybe not the ethical framework that your society chose, but it is justifiable to say that all acts of aggression are validly justifiable because the other person is refusing to play the game of ethics. So when the problem that I have is that time exists. Okay, so I belong to, some crazy organization. I'm a Stalinist, I'm a communist, I'm whatever. When do you lose that advocation or support? Is it the moment you recant? Right? Because the problem is I'm a part of this organization, and then you come in with guns, and then I go, actually, I'm not a communist.
Wait, that's simply the conclusion.
I'm a libertarian.
That's the conclusion. Yes, that is the conclusion. So estoppel only works on actions. It doesn't work on words. So yes, in fact, all they have to do is to recant.
Okay,
all they have to do is to recant, but they don't.
Okay, so we are actually in agreement. Okay, I was worried that we weren't in agreement, right? But yeah, so the moment that you say, I want to play the game of ethics now, and you have no actual actions beyond that, then you're good, right? Like you're fine. Why are my comments not showing up in stream? You probably need to change it from top chat to
here's
live
the,
chat.
Wait,
hold on. I'm talking to chat real quick. Hold on. I'm talking to the chat real quick. If you're not seeing your comments, then you need to change it from top chat to live chat, because you've been flagged by YouTube either from words that you've said or things that you might be somewhat controversial, or in some means. So just change it to live chat, and you should see your comments and other people's comments. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So there is a point where somebody can recant and say that they no longer support aggression, and then they're, exactly as you said, no past action. But the problem is that with many of these people, they have no intention to recant whatsoever, and yet we play this game as if they recanted. And they tell us. And this is it's almost a meme. They tell us, all we want to do is come over and convert you and enslave you and kill all the disbelievers that don't want to be converted. And you're like, nah, you're joking. Nah, you're just making fun. You're not serious. We don't have to believe you. This is the ridiculousness of this whole thing.
Well, the ridiculousness stems from the fact that most people are holding contradictory positions. Right, that's really where it stems from. It's that the overwhelming majority of people aren't ANCAPs, is that they believe a state is justified. They believe violation of bodily autonomy is justified. They believe and once you believe that,
rights,
right, and once you believe that, then you believe that some contradiction exists in reality. The moment you think taxation is acceptable for any reason whatsoever is the moment that you believe that contradictions, that is the moment that you believe that A can equal not A. And so the moment you start to accept that belief, most normal people believe that we're having this game of a consequential analysis of ends justifying the means. And so they negotiate with people and, I can turn them over to my position, or, I can, we can convince them, or if we give them democracy, they'll be more peaceful. And, and you're the bad guy. There is no adherence to logic. And so once logic's out the window, then it becomes emotion. And when it's emotion is a whim of the time. Emotion is not consistent throughout time. It is what you feel in a moment. So the moment I see a dead Palestinian child, I have an emotion. The moment I see an IDF soldier do something that's horrible, I have an emotion. The moment I see, fucking paratroopers popping out of helicopters to go kill people at a fucking music festival, I have an emotion. That emotion is up to the whims of my brain chemistry. And so I think that's really what we're talking about here is an issue of being able to actually have conversations about this conflict, because every historical fact comes along with it an emotion, right? And so that's the narrative that is so difficult about Israel-Palestinian conflict. Is I think it's very akin to discussing black crime or conviction in the United States, right? I can tell you certain facts and emotions come from those facts. I can tell you that black people make up 13% of the population and make up 54% of the violent crime. That gives an emotion. I can tell you that black people make up 62% of the incarceration rate, but only 13% of the population. That gives a different emotion. Every statistic, every
it's
date,
the same victim
everything
narrative.
Gives. Right, but what I'm saying is
it's the same sort of lack of agency. It's there is a Kulong walled city in that got destroyed. It used to be part of, I think, Hong Kong, where there was the highest concentration of people on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically like arcology, where people lived on top of each other, where there were no real streets. There was just main square, and 50,000 people lived in a tiny area which was fully built up. And there was no police there. There was no security. There was nothing there in terms of the state. It was total anarchy. And yet they never invaded anyone. And in fact, they protested when the whole thing was getting dismantled by the government. And the reason they protested is because they had a culture that they preferred the freedom of operating there with no regulations to anything else that was offered by the outsides of society. And despite all of the hardships, they were producing value to the rest of the world They had businesses there. They were offering services, and they were thriving under of an extremely harsh quote unquote blockade, under extremely harsh conditions, because they had a different attitude, because they did not consider themselves victims. In fact, they considered being in that place an opportunity for exchanging convenience for freedom. And so those people thrived under much more adverse conditions than many of these people that are complaining. But and they didn't get any welfare from above. There weren't like billions of dollars showering from above, pouring into that area. My point is that this is all like a fake. These emotions are basically crocodile tears, fake narratives. These people are not victims. They have. This is the funny part. This is why sort of Trump's solution is sort of effective. At least the frame shifting that he caused is effective. It is true that if you take those people out of Gaza and replace them with the Chinese, or replace them with a bunch of Indians, or replace them with a bunch of Anglo-Saxons, or replace them with a bunch of Jews, any other culture, that area would be thriving, because the culture would be, it would just, a cultural reset would say, well, what do we do to make money next? How do we invite tourists? How do we invite companies? They would be able to produce, and the area is right at the center. It's right next to the Suez Canal. It's perfect for development. So why aren't they doing that? Because of the victim narrative, because of the idea that their sports team has lost so many times. They just wanted to win, and a win in their eyes is only the complete and total destruction of their enemies. It's only
Someone in
that.
chat said, not any other culture. Imagine filling up Gaza with Bantus. Well, you're describing another similar.
Maybe they would actually do a better job. You know what? I'm willing to bet if we run the simulator, the Bantus would possibly do a better job.
Maybe not. Only because they wouldn't have a specific hate of Israel, and because of that, Israel would more likely leave them alone. But there's still a victim narrative conquest culture. Yeah, I don't know where to go from that because it's starting to get late. I guess I'll say, yeah, sure. I just look. I think my biggest gripe with the libertarian discussion of this conflict has been primarily not even about whether or not someone is right or wrong in their opinions. It has been about the fact that every major libertarian that has latched onto this conflict as our time to shine. It's our time to get involved in the discussion as populism has increased and as more and more people are becoming aware of the term libertarian, right? 10 years ago, Republicans never used the term state. They just didn't. They didn't say the state does this. They do now. 10 years ago, you would never see a Republican say, I'm a little libertarian myself. It never happened. And yet you see Ben Shapiro doing that shit. And so there is some level of cultural recognition that libertarianism has gotten and fought for to be a small, but nevertheless a part of the conversation. And a tragedy has occurred amongst a region that has been inflicted with conflict for 100 years. And now is this time where libertarians like Dave Smith or, many other people are given the largest platforms available in our world today to talk on these issues. And there is very little, if no, libertarianism being discussed. Instead, it is a representation of the same left-wing nonsense combined with some right-wing isolationism that has
Let's be specific.
given Douglas Murray the absolute right and correct assessment that to say, at least of those representatives, that libertarianism is the bisexuality of politics. That makes no fucking sense if you're a libertarian. But if you are someone that is just anti-war, spouting leftist narratives along with supporting some weird Holocaust denial, history revisionism light, along with some isolationism, we need limited government, so I don't want my taxes going there, then that's exactly what it is. It's just the bisexuality of geopolitics. And that's, I guess, my big gripe about this conversation so far of what I saw and the clips that I've seen, and why I wanted to talk with you guys a little bit tonight, because I have substantive disagreements, as people saw, with you, Kasimir, and with you, Philosophical Zombie Hunter. But at least we are all working from a perspective of what are the legitimate concerns of the nation state, if any. What are private property rights? Where do rights come from? How do we resolve conflicts by looking at an accurate assessment of history and where they fail to protect, where nation states and people fail to protect or push forward those private property rights, and what are people doing? And so I guess that's why I wanted to talk with you guys, and probably will talk with you guys about other things in the future, because now is the time for us to shine. And we are shitting the bed by having representatives like Dave Smith just repeat talking points from people like Scott Horton, who are repeating talking points from the fucking PLO and left-wing narratives with some libertarian ideas sprinkled in, but not from a libertarian lens.
It would have been a lot more respectful and dangerous if they were actually consistent ANCAPs, and they would have said, on no point that we're ever arguing are we going to accept even a little bit of aggression. If that was the ethical position, then it would be at least be respectful and to say, you know what, I don't believe that any members of any activists on the Arab-Palestinian side can claim any rights if they said that. And then they said, and also anyone who serves in the IDF and who's not a forced conscript also doesn't have any rights. And then let's analyze who among the survivors actually has rights. Let's find the innocents in that conflict. That would have been a respectable position. The problem is that nobody's doing such analysis. It's all a whole bunch of hypocrisy and false history. They don't analyze it. Mm-hmm. I have debates on like some of my X replies about, some particular factoid about some family, about some land purchase, while people like Dave Smith and Horton and Joe Rogan, they're commenting on this conflict supposedly from a pro-libertarian or libertarian-adjacent perspective, not displaying the property maps. The property map has not been shown on a major podcast once. Yeah. Once. That's hilarious. And
if you want to see those property maps, boys, in chat, you're going to have to ask Kasimir through Discord or follow his Twitter. But the best way to see those property maps is to be a part of a larger discussion by following me on X and following Kasimir on X and joining the Discord and being a part. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. And I love you guys, and I'll be back tomorrow. Philosophical Zombie Hunter, before I get out, I'm sure you're tired as fuck. Did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Actually, no. I was interested in listening to what you guys were saying. It's a different perspective. I haven't heard it before.
Fair enough. And that's you know what? That's the problem. How do we have all of these libertarians and ANCAPs, as a part of the major discussion, and you haven't heard the ANCAP or the libertarian perspective?
Only thing I've heard from...
How come you haven't heard the hardcore objectivist position on the matter?
I know the objectivist position, unless you mean ANCAP, but I think the only thing I've heard from Dave Smith and basically all the side from the left is children are dying, therefore Israel is evil.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly the problem that I'm highlighting. Children shouldn't be fucking dying. Nobody wants children dying. But again, when you accept that A can equal not A, and you deny and you say crazy, insane, violent, horrendous, evil things like a night watchman state is legitimate, or that like communism is valid, same difference.
But you do realize that in the objectivist sense, we don't accept taxes as non-coercive.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. That's why, Galt's Gulch is 100% a Hoppian Covenant community that is anarcho-capitalist. And then
it's
they
a hippie
say
covenant,
crazy shit like, well, the state should exist for private property protection. Okay, what happens if I don't pay the state to protect my private property? Is that a minarchist government?
So there are other ways. There are other ways to pay. There are other ways to pay for it. But I think Ayn Rand basically said that this is a problem for the future. Once we even get close to that situation, we can think about some solution. She did say that she doesn't accept taxes as something that isn't coercive or something that is consequentialist. It's just that it's so far in the future that there's no point discussing it now. Again, her point. She came from the individual.
Discussing philosophy.
No, let me
zombie
explain.
hunter?
That's what she said. She came from the point of view of the individual and egoism, and then she extrapolated from that, saying the best political solution is laissez-faire capitalism. But to work out the minor details as to how to achieve it, she said that's for another time in the future.
Right, but laissez-faire capitalism requires anarcho-capitalism. It requires that you don't violate the non-aggression principle. It requires that you don't have involuntary taxation.
Can we discuss this another time? Because it's quite late for me. I do have.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have spoken about this with other people. I just don't think now is a good time to do so.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was just teasing you. But mostly what I was saying is this position is the ANCAP position. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the objectivist position. And so it is unfortunate that you haven't heard that. That instead you've heard, objectivists that are all for, that'll block you on Twitter, even though you've done interviews with them, because you dared say that Israel doesn't have the right to bomb every man, woman, and child. Jan Brook.
Just to summarize.
No, we don't need another summary. We're going to keep summarizing.
I'll summarize this whole debate. I think it is a problem. And this is a problem where I would count it as a Douglas Murray loss, because the first hour of this debate was spent on this absolute nonsense, where the first half hour of the conversation should have been him hardcore trapping Joe Rogan and trapping Dave Smith. And what he did was, he wasn't setting traps. He was doing this sort of aloof, respectful critique from some ivory tower, which is not convincing. It's a very bad debate tactic, especially because it appears you're complaining and the other person is rejecting your complaints. What happens if that person accepts your complaints? You're still a complaining, weakling.
Mm-hmm.
Always be trapping. Always be cornering. Always be making analogies that Dave Smith or Joe Rogan cannot escape. You're going on Joe Rogan. Make a bloody MMA analogy. Make him agree to your hypothetical, and then show him how it's analogous to this other position and make him squirm. That's how you engage the audience. You don't engage the audience by repeating the same fucking complaint for 50 minutes straight, so that streamers like Scott don't even get to the point of the stream. This is stupid.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate you. Like I said, guys, follow me on X. Follow the, hop into the Discord. Both these guys are in the Discord from time to time. Consider supporting the stream, with super chats. I always answer super chats. So if you felt like I didn't get to your questions or I missed it in chat, there's one way to guarantee I always answer your questions. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some reactions, maybe game a little bit or something. We'll see what happens. Also, I have a tariff discussion likely Sunday, like a panel debate on the tariff situation. as well. And maybe we'll do something else Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure, but I love you guys and I appreciate all the support. And I'm to be fair, actually, now that I think about it, tomorrow's payday and I got a lot of bills and things to do. So we might end up doing the stream Friday. If you want to know whether or not the stream is definitely occurring, the best way to do it is to be in the Discord. You'll always get the go lives. Appreciate it. Good night, Political Chad. Thanks for the $5, but I'll definitely see you guys this weekend. Deuces.